Hello and welcome to Tales from the Tumbled Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I'm the dungeon master for our Avress, the Shattered World. A couple of announcements before we get started here. First off, if you're joining us from YouTube or Twitch or Facebook, we are on all those platforms now. So if you're in there, say hi. If you're watching us in the future, hello, and enjoy the ride. Our Discord community is up, and you can feel free to join in and potentially get in on games as a player or a DM. Not all of them are streamed, but we do have a lot of opportunities for play, and we want to expand our community even more. So hopefully you can join us there. So first off, I want to do a quick introduction of our players again here. So we have our full cast here tonight. So we'll start on the bottom left here with Eldon.
Hello, I am Oobies Candy, and I am playing Eldon, the gnome artificer.
Okay, Trevor, go for it.
The name's Aaron, or you can call me Draven. Everyone else does. And I am Trevor Blackcoat. I am Trevor Blackcoat. I like shenanigans and whatnot, and I aim to shoot and misbehave. That's it.
I'm Bernie, and I'll be playing Amethyst. She is a tabaxi sorceress.
I'm Rob. I'm playing a half-elf bard called Lucas.
And I'm Nans. I'm playing a blue druid paladin.
Dragonkin.
Dragonkin, yeah.
That's the one. Yeah. So, we left our party here. They had found themselves on the road to Port Oris and ended up at the Forge Right Inn. But before that, they were in the small town of Craven's Rest, where they had a couple of jobs lined up and a few things they wanted to accomplish in the big city. First off, the mayor wanted them to take a number of family heirlooms off to an antiquities dealer within the city there to help pad the town coffers with the sale of some older items from his family. So the party will be supposed to be meeting up with an art dealer there. As they were getting ready to go, they were met up with with Dennis Fairwood, the person in charge of the lumber company there, who had a shipment of rather expensive lumber, specifically balsa, that's used in the construction of the airships, and wanted to make sure that the shipment got there intact because it's rather pricey shipment. And so he hired the party to go and escort the shipment there to Port Oris as well. The wagon that they had was a wagon that summoned its own horses to carry it, and the party was also given 3 Manatech saddles that summoned horses as well to be used. Sora had her own arrangement there as she summoned up her own paladin-based mount to take her. So the party did get to after a few stops along the way, managed to get to the Forge Right Inn. At about the halfway point to Port Oris. And there, after a fairly pleasant evening of relaxing around the place and playing some darts and getting some food and drink, the middle of the night, we're woken by an alarm as one of the employees ran through the hallways yelling that someone had been murdered. The party managed to get up and get into investigation mode and discovered that the porter that had come with them, Persh, had been murdered out in the stables. The investigation turned up a number of things. We'll go over those as in terms of who may have done this, and we left off with potentially confronting someone in a rather compromising place. So let's shift over to the map of the inn here. Here we go. And we'll get to you in a minute, Amethyst. So first, in the main dining area, the main entryway and dining area, is where most of the people that are not already in their rooms have gathered. We have Lucas, who has been questioning some folks here, Eldon, who completed a little forensic sweep of the murder scene and passed on some information, Darvel, the driver, kind of deep into his cups as his friend was murdered, and Sora here. A few employees labeled in gold, including the manager of the place, who's trying to keep everyone calm, but make sure we're getting to the bottom of things. A hunter who had been playing darts with Trevor earlier, and a pair of acolytes or priests or something here that seem a bit creepy, if not a little suspicious. What Eldon had turned up in there was that the body found face down in the stables had been stabbed once in the neck, a very precise strike, likely killing him instantly. The the body had been laid down, and he could tell that something had been used to keep the blood from spreading or spraying everywhere when it was done, as the murder took place. The culprit then launched themselves up into the hayloft and out the door, out the loading window, and based on the fact there were no footprints in the snow, must have gone up. Trevor and Amethyst went their way up under the roof and found tracks in the snow on the roof, and followed them over to the main building with a few acrobatic and or native tabaxi climbing ability, getting around there fairly easily. So we'll come back to the main room here and see if there's anything in terms of questioning folks that we want to do here. So Lucas, you had been in the process of questioning some of the people in here. Sora, you had just come in here with Eldon and passed around the information that he had found. So is there anything you want to do with the folks here in the main room?
I pretty much came in earlier and had intimidated everybody to behave, and I'm still doing that.
Okay, so kind of doing that glower thing of like, don't mess, and it's working. I mean, for the most part, they're not going anywhere. They're not talking loudly or freaking out or anything else. But there is sort of some subdued conversations, and no one's really planning on going anywhere by the look of things. While you are there, little halfling waiter type person there will bring in a carafe essentially of some hot water for tea or whatever someone wants to drink, and lays it out on the little bar here at the bottom of the room.
We had questioned everybody, and the two acolytes were acting a bit suspiciously.
Yeah, the male one that was there definitely had that sort of dour, serious, straight face. Just said that he had been sleeping and woken up and brought out there. The female, which you did see had some of the trappings of looked like the Raven Queen, on a pendant around her neck and some of the symbols on the robe that she had there. He wasn't wearing any of his vestments. She was wearing her cloak and everything else, but with no shoes, as if she just got out of the bed and came in. She did have a rather ornate-looking knife on her belt, and the male acolyte didn't have any weapons on him. But you did remember that when you saw him earlier in the day, he had a curved dagger on his belt. It is not there now.
I think when he was questioned, he said that they just got out of bed and they didn't have any weapons on them, but she clearly has one. So
yes.
Okay. Have we inspected those or requested to inspect those weapons?
Not at this time yet.
Okay.
Yeah, I did for a few of them, but
Yeah. So
When
far,
Trevor asked to see them, that was when he said that they didn't have any on them.
yes. And obviously she did.
Okay.
He asked to see weapons of the people on the outside, and they were kind of like, I don't know why you need to see it, but let them see it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, how is the lighting in this room? This
room's fairly good. They've turned up the Manatech lights that are on the little sconces on the wall, so it's pretty well lit for the most part. This back corner up the front corners of the room are somewhat shadowed, just because the lights are mainly in the southern part of the room, looking at the map. But yeah,
Okay.
it's fairly well lit in terms of like being able to see anything. One thing, as you look over there, you will see that the hunter type person there, is actually taking a swig from a bottle of whiskey.
Eldon reaches into his bag and pulls out this little like gizmo, and he twists it a couple of times, and it starts hovering in the air as a light fills my little area.
Okay.
I would like to walk over to the little Raven's Queen individuals. Hello. My name is Eldon Murnick. I'm not quite sure if we did cover this last time, but I see there in plain sight that you have a dagger. We did the murder situation that we are facing. May I please see the weapon?
She just looks at you. So we move you over there to her. She just smiles at you, and I suppose that if you must, but I can tell you this is not a weapon used for anything other than ritual purposes. I don't use it as in combat or anything else like that. So, and she does pull it out there. She does pull this little scabbard off her belt there. It is a straight blade, about 8 inches long or so there, and the handle of it looks like the cross guard of the dagger, this knife-looking thing. It looks like a pair of raven wings. You draw it out slowly there, and you don't see any trace of blood or anything else. At least that you can see. Um, I carry it with me at all times, but it's not really I consider a weapon, more of a tool.
Yes, I just needed to make sure, due to the fact that the individual was stabbed by what appeared to be a dagger. Thank you so very much. Excuse me, sir. Do you happen to have a weapon as well on you?
I do not. There is no weapon. I sometimes carry around a blade, but it is back in our rooms. I did not feel the need to bring it out for an alarm situation like this.
Insight check?
Sure. Yep.
Just to make
Go
sure.
for it. Yep. Gonna make the test there.
I'm so good at those.
Oh,
Oh,
of
well,
course
actually,
you are.
that's not. Yeah.
Not bad. He's very stone faced and just very that sort of like almost like a grating kind of voice there. And you take no trace of deceit. I mean, he's matter of fact.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Did you happen to hear and or see anything this evening pertaining to the current murder situation?
Just the banging of someone in the hallway yelling alarm. It was quite disturbing. I mean, waken in the middle of the night by someone yelling and screaming in the hallways. And just so you know, their room on the map, I'll ping this over here, is here. The hunter's room is here. The stable is way out this door on the opposite side of the building.
Ah, okay.
And you will know that when you came out, most of you came out of your rooms fairly quickly, and were able to see people as they're coming out of their rooms. They were standing in the hallway as you came out. So, I mean, they were walking out of their rooms as you were walking out of your rooms. So
Also,
just-
are we do we have all of our gear out of curiosity?
I think you are not wearing your armor currently. You have most of the things you grabbed out of there. I don't think anyone else.
I did.
Yeah, you threw your coat on. I know that much, but
Yeah.
you were wearing your full leather and everything else.
I'm in
I
my
didn't
full
think.
gear.
Yeah,
Well,
you took the time. Yeah.
You said as I was going to the thing, and I was kind of like stepping and putting it on at the same time. And put it
Yeah,
all
that's right. That's
there.
right. Yeah,
Yeah, you
yeah,
did say that. Yeah.
that's right. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, if it's something you can conceivably climb into, Eldon, I think. I mean, would you have taken the time to gear up completely, or?
I would have at least grabbed my bag and my gauntlet.
Yeah. So I figure you have the things that you just have, but
Yeah,
your
yeah,
full armor
the-
and everything else is kind of difficult.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
grabbed my
and
gauntlet
then-
and my glove.
yeah, and then I would have my familiar, or not my homunculus,
Sure.
flying behind me, type of
Okay.
thing.
So it's actually is there with you now. Okay.
Yeah.
I
He
will
would
drop
definitely be
him.
here.
I will drop him on the map real quick. Whoop. There he is. Tiny little guy. Okay. All right. So yeah. So I think the one last thing you will hear, Lucas, where and Sora both. You're sitting here. The two guys are standing. The two guys that are sitting at the table here. They are just sort of like, "Ugh, this is the second thing that's happened. Strange thing that's happened in just a week. Like, well, that guy. I mean, he left without checking out, but I mean, that's not that weird, is it? Well, yeah. I mean, that like it's. I mean, they don't just leave. I mean, they have to check out. Otherwise they get charged for an extra night for the room. If he goes anywhere else in at a forge right, he's going to get charged again. And so they're just kind of whispering under their breath. There, yeah. Sora and Lucas, you can both hear that because you're both standing on the other side of them.
I'll go over and speak to them.
Okay.
I'll ask them if anything suspicious has happened recently. Apart from this, obviously.
Well, and he's kind of looking there, a little uncomfortable, and well, I mean, someone was staying with us a week ago, and they checked in. They never checked out. I their stuff was gone, but they didn't check out or anything else. Nobody saw them leave. They were just gone in the morning. That's about it.
What sort of person were they? Were they, human? Elf?
Human, trader type person. I think they were just traveling the road. I'm not really sure much about them. I just saw them in the building. It
They
didn't.
didn't.
And the other guy, this is the one here, is actually the stable hand who was yelling the alarm and banging the pot and everything else in the hallway. It's like he didn't have a horse or anything. He just came in and I mean, didn't check anything in with the stables. So I don't know much about him.
Did he speak to anyone? Any of the employees?
I mean, I'm sure the manager or whoever, but I mean, maybe the bartender or the cook. I mean, I don't spend much time inside, so I wouldn't know. I'm I'm the attendant, the bathroom attendant there, and I think I may have seen him, but I mean, use the bath facility, but I didn't really talk to him other than just to find out if he needed anything. Just I don't know. I mean, we feel like people come and go all the time. I mean, it's just weird when they don't check out.
Yeah, I'll go over and speak to the manager.
Okay.
Go on. I'll mention the guy, but I'll also ask her if any of the employees have been acting strangely.
Are you trying to insinuate that someone did this? That one of my employees did this? It couldn't be. No. As for that person, I mean, well, I've reported that someone of his likeness to our network there. So if he does go to any other place, he will be charged for the night, for the extra day that he didn't check out. So, but I mean, it does happen from time to time. I mean, just people just are absent-minded and just leave without going through proper protocols. I I don't think that's anything to be alarmed about. I mean, but please, I mean, it's this is all highly disturbing. We can't have this kind of thing here.
You not noticed
And
anyone acting strangely?
I mean,
Differently, maybe, not strangely.
no, I mean, no. I mean, everyone still goes about their business and does their jobs as they're supposed to. I'm sure there's nothing uh, um, untoward amongst our employees.
Have you had any new
Nothing.
employees recently? Sorry.
No,
No, you're fine.
no. I I haven't hired anyone new this season. I mean, we usually get an influx in the spring for the spring and summer months, so we have more traffic and more activity here. So we have a few extra people that come and go, but um, this crew has been here for months at this point, so um, for well over a month. Some have been here longer.
Okay, thank you.
Elon will walk over. Uh, good, good evening. If you would not mind, could each of you please show me your boots, if you would not mind. I will start with the attendance of the staff here, and then work my way to requesting of the uh, rest of the patrons. If you would not mind, please.
Well, please, I mean, it's well, I'm not. I'm just wearing my slippers at this point because I was in my bedchambers as well. So, this is the manager talking, of course. The stable hand, he's wearing his boots. They are a bit wet, but you do know that he came and went from the stables a couple of times. Um,
I'm like looking
he,
for any blood specks, like
yeah,
anything showing like they could have been in the barn, like
give me
any of those
perception
kind of.
checks. Yeah.
Yep.
All of us or just Eldon?
I mean, if Ilda's asking them and you're there too, go ahead and yeah, you're examining as well.
Yeah, because I'm like specifically investigating it. Could it be an
Sure, you do
investigation
investigate.
check? Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah, that's fine. Investigation or perception, whichever one's better for you guys. Okay. Um, Lucas, you can confirm that yes, the stable hand does show like the snow on the boots. Investigation 12 is not going to be enough to get any more details other than superficial stuff. Um, but Lucas, you are very certain, just looking them over, that none of them have blood on their boots. The only, if you go and look, I'm assuming you're looking at everybody in here. The hunter does have maybe some old dried blood on his boots because he's a hunter and he kills animals and such. Um, but nothing that would be fresh or anything. It would have been they've been fairly clean, but there may be some old stains. Everyone else in this one, you're pretty sure are clean. Um, just so these two here are the nighttime attendants in the bathrooms. So they're just wearing like house shoes kind of thing, just something that's not going to make much noise. And like I said, the stable hand's wearing his boots, but and they are still a bit wet, but no signs of blood. Okay.
Well, if these are the nighttime attendants and it's nighttime,
Mhm.
where are the daytime? Where are the daytime ones?
They're probably in their they should be in their rooms probably by now. I mean, I would assume they're sleeping. It's kind of we kind of take different turns and shifts. They tend to get up early to do a little cleaning beforehand. We're only a couple hours till shift change. That's right. I mean, we just wait. We are just there to make sure that the bathrooms are clean and for anyone to use. And well, it's just a matter of when it gets close to dawn, our shift is over and the daytime shift comes in.
I mean, they didn't get woken up by all the shouting and cries of alarm.
You do know that the manager who had come down from this way had told everyone to stay in their rooms. Just don't go anywhere. So
Right.
there, so you can be certain that there are some more people in the building, but they're still in their rooms.
Okay.
Eldon and Sora, you were both in the kitchens. You know there's a cook in there, and the stable boy are both in there. when you came through there.
Yeah. I would have asked them like all some questions like, let me see your boots, any
Sure.
weapons. Like,
When
I mean,
he
it's a kitchen,
small
so
or
there's lots
hurt
of kitchen
anything.
knives.
Yeah.
when
Is that
he was
fair?
able to take the sketches of the footprints, was he able to get details of what the bottom of the shoes looked like?
It wasn't really that, because it was mostly just scuffs in the dust and stuff like that. There wasn't a clean footprint.
Okay.
Size-wise, definitely human-sized. Not like, so it doesn't oversized or undersized. So it's definitely gonna be someone of a human or elf size for the most part. It was more just like uh scuffs in the, because it's a hay loft, so there's dust and stuff up there. So you saw scuffs and everything else there. So, but it wasn't a clean print of any kind. So no kind of tread that you could see or anything else like that.
Okay.
So
But we could
good
still
question.
match it up to size foot.
Roughly, yeah. I mean, it does rule out the stable boy, the waiter here is a halfling, um, um, and no one else. Everyone else is pretty much human size that you've seen so far, human or half elf, or there's at least one elf among the group. All right then. So let's head back down to here. So Trevor, you were standing in the doorway, and the two women that are sitting on their bunks are in their sort of sleep attire essentially, and have pulled on like dressing gowns or robes of whatever kind like that. And the one here, the one who you know was the one that served you drinks in the lounge earlier, um, you need to leave. This is a women's room. What are you doing in here?
Well, I do reckon someone here. I think you yourself. What? If not you yourself, we're looking at a couple different people. I have a couple people lined up, but then one of them definitely, and I do mean definitely, murdered one of our compatriots.
What are you talking about? We've been sleeping here the whole night.
I never said it was you. I
Um,
never
you
even intended on it. That is a very. What is she wearing? You said a robe.
Yeah, basically like a night shirt, night dress kind of thing like that with a robe over top.
I
Both
would
of them.
love to ask you just one small question, just one, and I will be on my way. Both of you, as a matter of fact. Before I go up in here and talk to this other person, I did have a question. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So I will say this: this is going to be a quick exchange because Amethyst has already seen somebody in the room here, so it's going to be like a quick thing of like, this is what you saw as she moves in there and sees this person in there. So
Yeah,
it won't be a full conversation.
Yeah, no, I was just
And
going.
as soon as this happens, I'm going to be talking to Trevor and saying, "You better get in here."
Yeah. Yeah, because I already know who it is. Well, I have a good idea who it is, and it's obviously, because who ain't ever in tune last week. But I'm basically trying to get them to kind of let me in here, and then
All right. So what question do you want to ask them?
No, I don't think it's necessary, but because they're in their night clothes anyway, and it'd be really awkward if I got them to get what before they changed into. So no, that's it. I'm just gonna go support.
Just wants to search them.
So in that case, as you kind of as you're standing in the doorway there and interpreting them, you do see. Actually, we'll move you back here. You're not there yet.
I'm sorry.
So this is all happening. This is about to happen right here. So you will see that there is kind of like mist or steam or whatever coming from where around Amethyst as you glance over in her direction there. And Amethyst, again, you see someone in the tub there. They're kind of curled up there, and in the steam and mist, you just catch a flash of white eyes. So what is your reaction initially?
It's quite terrifying. I'm, as I said, I'm just going to say, I'm going to speak telepathically to Trevor and say, I might need backup in here. This woman's got no pupils and she's freaking me out.
Okay. I was like, well,
in response, so as you kind of like sit there and pause for a moment there, I need you to go ahead and roll initiative. Just you so far.
I was on my way in there, but we'll see what
I
happens.
know, yeah.
Yeah, no.
You'll be so see what happens in the first round of what goes on here. So let me just get this up here. So Amethyst, go ahead and click on your token and hit the initiative.
I have rolled. It's just taken a little minute.
Okay. All right, cool.
There we go.
Yes.
Oh no!
I know.
All right. So the woman just kind of looks at you, and as she blinks a couple of times, and her eyes stop being white and go back to normal, a dark color of some kind. They start to look normal. Like, we don't need to do anything rash here. And as she hears Trevor's voice in the other room, she does, with that 25 there, leap out of the tub, not toward you. You do see a flash of very pale skin, white hair come tumbling down there that's slowly turning to a darker color as she moves. She lands on the floor, kind of sliding very slightly on the stone floor, and grabs a bundle that's on this cabinet right here. Just kind of grabs it in one hand and leans forward and looks at the wall. You see her kind of poke at the wall for a second and looks forward and glances one more time over her shoulder and then says, "Shazah!" And give me an Arcana check. See if you know what she's about to do.
Absolutely no idea.
Okay, so she says something in a language you don't recognize initially, but when she does that, she just pops out of existence, leaving a swirl of mist, the steam and everything else swirling around her, and disappears.
So Trevor's going to think I'm insane now. Cool.
So, what do you do in reaction to that? Is your initiative now?
I'm going to run over there and see if I can see anything, or a hidden door or anything on the wall.
Give me a perception check with advantage, actually, because you kind of saw about where she was looking. Okay.
I need new dice.
Yeah, that's okay. So you don't get a lot of detail, but you do look forward. And you do see there's actually a little knot hole in the wall, about the size, about yay big, enough to look through.
I'm going to look through it then.
Okay, you look through, and you will see actually, you will see into this room here, which seems to be some sort of a cold storage room. There is a set of shelves across the way, and you're kind of like looking, and you're you're not sure what you're looking at initially, but there's like hooks on this wall with cuts of meat hanging from there, and the whole room is very, very cold. In fact, as you look through the knot hole there's steam kind of like forming around the hole, and it'll actually like leave a little bit of frost on your fur as you look inside there. And you don't see anything. However, one of the little like what you can see there's a little bit of a movement of one of the cuts of meat that are hanging from the hook here. Just kind of gently swinging back and forth a little bit.
I guess we'll have to go around.
Okay, so you can still move. I mean, you still have a good amount of movement. You want to turn around and continue your move.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll go to her and tell Trevor what happened.
Okay. So Trevor, I want you to go ahead and roll initiative now. Add yourself into the turn order.
Neat.
I hope she's in me so I can stab him.
Okay.
Not really.
All right. So effectively, you two, Amethyst. So after telling you what happened there, Trevor, you'll go to react here in a minute here. But Amethyst, what do you want to do after telling him? You want to go running off somewhere?
Yeah, I need to get into that cold storage room to see
Okay.
if there's a way out or if there's a hole in the ceiling or any way of getting out of there, and
Okay.
ask the people in the room if they saw anybody come out of there.
All right. So go ahead and move yourself into the kitchen there. It should be enough movement to get in there. Okay. As you come into the kitchen there, both the cook and stable boy are just standing there, and he's in the middle of making something, and he's chewing on like a sandwich of some kind. He's making something else. And you will see that this door is actually open. There's and like just billowing like steam essentially, or mist is kind of coming out of the room, as you see there. So
Right.
yeah, so from right here, it's just like mist kind of pouring out of this room.
I'll ask them if they saw anybody come out of that room.
Uh,
Um,
uh, yeah. And he kind of points to the door over here. Over there.
I missed that. Sorry, which door?
Sorry, let me shift the map over here.
Ah,
This one
okay.
over here. Out that way. I don't know what that was. That was weird.
I'll say.
Who are you?
I'm here investigating a murder.
Okay. The rest of them are in there, I think. And I mean, at this point is quick exchange for the most part here. But do you want to do anything else after getting in that room?
I'm going to ask them if they'll go into the other room and ask my friends to follow me and tell them I'm going to head out of this door here.
Okay.
Following somebody.
As a move to get there, as a dash, you can get to the door at least. You want to go ahead and put yourself at the door over here. They won't have a chance to react yet. So, but Trevor, Amethyst running past you and into the room there. You heard her talking to some people in there. You follow after her. What do you
I would have followed. As soon as I seen her, I would have.
Yes, you're on her heels then. Okay.
Oh yeah, 100%. I just didn't want to move my character in and assume.
Okay. Go ahead and move yourself. Your move first there, and so kind of into the doorway in the kitchen.
I would whisper back or look back at them. I was like, I highly recommend you not leave. I don't think it's safe for either of you, even though it is. That's okay. And I would. You said don't move or keep going.
Go ahead, make your move. So basically, yeah, so the tiles there are basically every 2 tiles is 5 feet on this map here, so you can kind of figure out your movement there. You easily get into the kitchen there, and kind of as you coming in the kitchen, you will see Amethyst sprinting across the room.
Amethyst,
toward the back door.
One thing, you were talking to yourself. Now where are you going?
Sorry, I forgot to push the talk then. She went out of this door. I'm following her.
Okay, so you can definitely follow after her.
Yep.
These at the end, so after you, these two will kind of shrug and head into here. Kind of calling out, they're chasing somebody in here. Yeah, the cat person. She just ran out the back door by the stables. And they'll just
I'm gonna book it then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, head for the doors.
Yeah.
Go ahead and throw yourselves in the initiative order now. Okay.
Same initiative for us, right?
Yeah,
Or do we?
we're still in turn order. Yep.
Okay.
We're just seeing how they file in. So,
Gotcha.
sorry, you haven't know the move yet, Sora. So you just heard about this, so you'll still be in here for them when they come in and say, "Hey, they're in here."
Well, I thought Amethyst had said something, and that's why I was headed to the door.
Oh no, she was talking to them, the guys in the kitchen, and told the guys in the kitchen to come and tell them that there's something going on out here.
That's
so they came in and they just told us, now you're in initiative and now you'll be able to go here. So in this round here. And are we missing someone? Oh, we had the homunculus roll, not the not Eldon.
Yeah, I'm trying to click myself. It's giving me
Oh.
the homunculus. 1 second. I
Okay.
just removed him.
Okay, I'll take him off the turn order then. There he goes. Okay. And we'll. You had
Great
the 20.
roll.
No, you had the you rolled the 22. That's fine. It's let's see, what was that? Yeah. So you'll still be in the 22 there. So eventually, does that work? Okay, let me get everyone sorted out here. So yeah, effectively, Eldon, you were kind of already in action mode essentially. Once these guys come in and tell there, you leap into action, and what are you going to do first?
Action dash.
Okay, so you go running into there. Okay, yeah, you have either this door or this door here. Make sure we zoom to the right spot. There, yeah. Okay, so you kind of go dashing through everyone, kind of ducking around it, kind of bobbing and weaving through the crowd.
Yep. Small.
Run past.
Very small.
Run. Well, the stable boy is not much taller than you. He's only about 10 or 11 years old, so he's kind of like ducks out of the way as the little armored dude goes running past him. Whoa! So that's it. So here's your action there, Amethyst.
I'll be going outside.
Okay.
See if I can spot her, or if there are any I doubt there's footprints, but just in case, just any trace of her.
Okay. So we'll put you right outside the door there. And give me a perception check. Okay.
I've not rolled double digits yet.
So what happens was that as you open the door there was a blast of cold air, wind, and snow that kind of hits you in the face for a second there, and you just and it just kind of blinds you for a moment trying to as you try to get your bearings. It's not so the wind happens, it has come up there, and the snow is coming down a little bit harder now. It's definitely harder to see anything out in the details there, but you don't see anyone moving or running out in the snow there, at least. Yeah. So that's as you see initially there. Do you want to do anything else?
I guess just scout the area, just speak to everybody. Hopefully they'll all come out and I can tell them what's going on. And
yeah, so you just kind of move down a little bit out of the way, so you're not so. And so you're kind of looking ahead. You're kind of squinting at the snow and the wind and everything else. And again, you don't see any figures moving out in the snow. There is a bit of moonlight at this point. It has that sort of like overcast, sort of like grayish, pale lit up sky from the overcast above, and so it's not totally impossible to see out there, but you're fairly certain you don't see anybody out there.
I'm gonna climb up the wall and look on the roof.
Okay, so you just go up. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so you easily just climb up with your climb speed, just pop up on the roof there and get a better vantage point there. And now, from this vantage point, you're fairly certain there's nobody out running in the snow, at least that you can see. At least that you can see from where you are now. Trevor, you are up next. What do you? So she just went out there. You heard the scrambling of claws there. Saw the blast of snow and wind as she opened the door.
I mean, honestly, I just, even though she didn't see anything, I'd just go out there with her.
Sure. Yeah.
And do a perception check as well.
Okay, we can do it as well. Yeah.
That's a fucking great start there. Cool.
So,
neat.
kind of the thing that I will say, you are fairly certain you don't see any new tracks in the snow on the ground. You don't see anyone running out there in the air. You kind of look left and right and don't see anyone else out this way. Anything else you want to do or head in any direction or anything?
I would look up at Amethyst. I didn't see her cross this or climb the buildings. I guess I will venture out a little bit more and
Kinda
call
heard-
Eldon.
Okay, so so you step out a few steps out there. I mean, and you heard the claws and everything else that so and recognize that Amethyst. Yeah. So you glance up and she's kind of standing up on the roof there, looking out, kind of the same direction that you were just a minute ago. Sora.
Can I defer my turn till after Trevor?
So he just went. So.
I mean, not Trevor. Sorry, Lucas.
Oh, sure. You want to just so we'll just swap. Let's see. We'll swap your initiatives. How's that sound?
Oh, I just wanted it for this turn specifically.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right. So you wait to see what Lucas does. Okay, that's fine.
Correct.
Sure, Lucas. What are you gonna do?
I know where the stables is in relation to the inn, don't
Yeah,
I?
it's out that door, kind of literally out that door to the left. So kind of like the arrangement we have here is that basically the stables would be out this door and then just take a left and there's another little pathway up to there. In terms of the front door here, out and to the right would be we could take you to the front door of the stables essentially.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I'll head out the front door. So everyone else has gone that way.
Okay.
And look towards the stables and that direction. We'll see what I can see.
Okay. So is a very at this point you can see as you step outside there, it is just so the snow is almost sideways coming down from right to left as the wind is whipping the snow across this way. And give me a perception check as you step outside there. Okay.
Sorry, by the way, guys. I'm looking at my phone a lot, but that's only because to check on the chat, just so you know.
No worries. I just want to double check something here. Okay. So you will catch, and one quick thing here. One moment.
So rude.
I know. I realized based on what you're doing here, needed a little bit different picture. Okay, no problem. So actually, well, this will be fine here. So you will actually now in the snow with a 19 there, you will see a very faint, blurry image. It's a little bit like there. We'll just say this: there is someone invisible, but the snow is the snow sideways is kind of outlining them very slightly, and you can kind of see this person moving over by the stable doors.
Can I cast a spell?
Depends on what it is. Yeah. If it's a targeted spell, you'd be disadvantaged because you can't quite see the person clearly. But if it's something that
It's an area.
okay, if it's an area spell, go for it. Which one's that? Oh, nice. Okay. Cool. And that, index save 16. Let me pull that up here. Let me see if that person can make that save. Okay, no. So just barely. So as that comes out there, you see the person there's a sudden like glimmer of dust that flies out there, kind of almost ignoring the snow and the wind for the moment there, but it just pastes around this figure as you look there, and you see just the outline. It doesn't disable, it doesn't get rid of this visibility, but it does make them outline completely. You see the outline of a human-sized person, obviously in the process of pulling on some sort of a cloak or hood of some kind, and still uh, moving quickly through the snow. So yeah, that's what you see.
I'll call out, like she's over there, just as that'll probably be the end of my turn anyway.
Okay. So
It's over there. I don't know. It's a she, do I?
Which
yeah,
way to your left there, Lucas? Left or right?
Right, isn't it?
to the right.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Ah,
there's no map for this one here. So just kind of picture the fact that this is a giant kind of like open, basically driveway essentially for the front of the inn. The wagons pull in and then pull over to the stable, and so you basically have the front of the building and then the stable building off to the side over here. And so she's actually probably about 30 feet or so in front of the stables, almost about 20 feet from Lucas right now.
cool.
So as you step out in the snow there, it doesn't not hard to see the glowing figure. There's a person glowing with sort of glittery light around them. Let me add
It's a
them
nice,
back into turn initiative.
it's a nice
Um,
violet light, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah,
Violet, okay, cool.
I get to go now, right?
Yes, go for it. Yep.
Okay, yeah. I just moved outside, and I'm assuming I can still see the light that he
Yes,
was referring to.
yes.
Okay, that was my whole movement to get there, but I'm gonna dash to see if I can catch up to him.
Okay. Yeah, you tromp through the snow there. Why did that not go into the initiative order? Uh-oh.
I'll get there.
Nance?
Lost the camera there.
No,
Okay.
Discord went stupid.
Okay. I think we're all good. Good. Okay. So for some reason, my person did not show up on the initiative order. Let me bring them back out. Okay. So
Yeah, I'm right
we'll
there.
put them. See, you get up close. You get up right on top of them. And let me just put them back in the initiative order here because they still
She
have
had
their initiative.
25.
Yeah, she did. Okay. All right. And so that was Sora and Lucas were at the bottom there. So it'll be back to her turn. And so she looks at so this person, and now you can see that they're there, still glittering that violet colored dust surrounding them. As they're probably about you're over 6 feet, aren't you, Sora?
Yeah, or that
Yeah.
about, yeah.
Yeah, so this person's about maybe 5'8", 5'7", somewhere in there, and just sort of looking up at you, and he says, "I didn't want this to go this way," and she's obviously shivering in the cold slightly. Um, well, I can't, I can't be here anymore, obviously, and she starts to try to move away from you. You want to take an attack on her?
I don't want necessarily to attack her, but try to
Okay.
grapple her.
Okay. So go ahead and make your grapple check there. She will make her acrobatics check to avoid it. So it'll be athletics check for you. And where did my sheet for her go? Why did I lose it?
I'm still here.
No worries. Okay. What do we have there? All right. And her acrobatics check. Okay. So so you actually as she goes to move away, essentially you can do a grapple check as an attack. So you grab her, and she just damn it. No. And then she actually reaches up into the cloak and activate and does something, says a word, in another language there you don't recognize there, and um,
I speak
vanishes.
Common, Draconic, and Elvish, and then she
It's
vanishes.
it's similar to Elvish. Lucas, you'll see what she's doing, what happens here, and as she does this, she becomes visible. And what you see, and I'll put this image up on the screen here to see a little bit to see here. Where is she? Let me see if I can get her image up on the screen here. Well, I'll just do the token. That's fine. As you watch there, she is in the process of changing. Like one half of her face is a pale skin tone. The other half is stark white. Same with her hair, and one of her eyes is just stark white. She has on a dark cloak, and she's grasping it as she's activating this, and just it's gonna be awful, and vanishes. Just
Like disappears completely out of my arms.
yep.
Or I can't see her.
No, as in she disappears. Like you reach there and there's nothing there.
If she went invisible, you'd still see her because she's got fairy fire on her.
Exactly. So yeah, she's still glow as the visibility drops off of her as she's activating another spell essentially, or something. She just vanishes from your grasp. Lucas, you can see this scene pretty clearly here. Give me an Arcana check, Lucas, because you have a okay, good enough. Yeah, you think it's probably a dimension door or some sort of other teleport, maybe Misty Step. But the fact that you don't see her, like you look out there, Misty Step only has a 30-foot range. Dimension door is much farther. So based on the fact that you can't see her currently, because she would be glowing in the middle of the night, you think
Yeah.
that she must have just teleported away. That's her. Let's see.
Is
When she was,
it? Go ahead.
I was going to say, when she was changing, do I think she might be a changeling? Having met one.
You weren't close to her, but when basically, I'll just say that when Sora describes it to you, and when Amethyst describes it, and yes, she's probably a changeling. So, Eldon, you are still so you kind of came in there. They all stepped outside.
Just inside the thing.
Yeah.
I would rush out the door.
Okay.
Okay.
So if you come up around the corner here, because there's basically a narrow walkway between the stable and the building over here, and kind of in the corner, you'll see Sora standing there straight ahead, arms still outstretched, like they were holding on to something or someone or something, and just kind of looking around back and forth.
What is happening? What's happening? As I'm like running around the corner.
Did I see it happen from the roof, Jim?
From your angle there, probably not, because they were literally like right. Give me a perception. You might have. Let's see if you can redeem your roll here. Give me a good roll.
-1.
No.
Don't do that.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
There you go.
You would have seen some activity out there. You wouldn't have seen the details. So you again, based on your vantage point there, you would have seen some movement out there and kind of looked that way, but you couldn't see. You probably saw Sora rush out and grab someone.
Yeah.
Or grab
Just
at
if she was
something there,
glowing
and then
purple, I thought
exactly.
I might.
Yeah, so you saw her grab something who was obviously glowing purple, but you couldn't really see what they were other than an outline, and then gone. So yeah, Eldon, if you see from Sora there, this person,
and they're like looking towards the stables.
They're out in front of the stables, actually, in front of the stable doors. They're actually about 20 feet away, from the building site itself there.
Okay, cool.
So yeah,
go ahead and action dash again and rush into the stables.
Okay. You get in the stables there. Well, the front door is locked, but the side door is not. So you can kind of run into the side door there, and get in there. The body's still there. Nothing's been disturbed. There's no sign of someone moving around.
Take a. Oh no, that's it. I use my action. Okay. Yes, I am there.
Okay. So yeah. So yeah. So we can see that basically, yeah, we have At this point, we can drop out of initiatives for the moment, unless somebody else wants to do something combat oriented. But as you stand out there, things are quiet. You don't hear anything from other than the howl of the wind and your own voices and such. So we can
I'm gonna
go
go.
from
Yeah.
text to live.
Okay. I'm gonna go back indoors
Sure.
because I only stepped out anyway, and I'm gonna start talking to people, specifically asking them to check. Because in all honesty, Trevor does not think it's her. I know that's clearly be a person of interest, but not. I don't see her needing a knife. Like, I don't know. But so he's still a little skeptical on what's actually going on, and besides, like, he hasn't actually seen her anyway.
Okay. So you move back into the main room.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm going to start looking at the people's, specifically their coattails, their shirts, and the top of their pants. Middle to see if there's any little blood stains of where somebody would have wiped off blood off a dagger, because they're not going to leave the blood on the dagger. And that's kind of what I would be out on the lookout for, considering Trevor, is, as far as he's concerned, is out of leads. So that's what he's going to focus on, going to each individual.
Eldon would also, like, now that we're not doing, now that there appears to be nothing at this time, I'm gonna go back and get my armor and stuff like that, because clearly we're in a situation.
All right. So there's so you guys can come in out of the cold at least. Unless you want to start scanning the distance, so they're looking for anything. Is there anything else you want to do outside, or what do you want to do? Those who are still outside.
I'm going to look, obviously, take a circuit around the building because I know if it's dimension door, it's not forever. There's a set distance, isn't it?
Sure.
If she teleported, she could be anywhere. But
yeah, give me a perception check. Just to kind of search around there for anything out there. Okay.
no.
I will say that as you kind of scan you don't see any glimmers of violet in the distance or anything else. That you don't see any footsteps, any new footsteps in here, and you're starting to definitely. I mean, even with your ring of warmth, you're starting to feel, because of that wind and just that snow whipping past you and all else, that is kind of coating you and getting you wet. And so while you're not bothered by the cold so much, it is unpleasant. And so yeah, you're just kind of like having to wipe snow out of your face. As your hair is getting soaked and everything else too. But yeah, you're fairly certain, just scanning around the building and the woods area around. You're not seeing anything. Not see any kind of a glimmer or anything else out there.
Okay. Is Amethyst still on the roof?
I'm going to run around the roof and see if I can see anything from all the way around.
Go ahead.
I'll leave loads of footprints in the snow on the roof.
Sure. Yeah, give me a perception check. Just kind of scan around there. As you and Sora are having your argument on the edge there.
I wouldn't call it an argument, just so
Or
much as
discussion, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Crit fail.
So
rolls. We
There's
are
that one
rolling
I
I
so
will
well
just
tonight.
say,
Amethyst.
so
Well, last
that's-
week she had like awesome rolls, and today, nope, that's what
Making
you
up
get.
for it.
yep. So this is making for it though. So yeah, you'll see. You again. It's very unpleasant up here. You see your footsteps and everything else. That you are reminded that there was that bloody cloth that was stuffed into the chimney. It was over here. That you saw before. I'm not sure if you pulled it out last time or you just kind of looked at it and said and moved on.
I pulled it out.
Okay, so yeah, it was a bed sheet. Yeah, it was like a white bed sheet, and it was all stained with blood and everything else. You don't see any new footsteps up here. You see yours and Trevor's footsteps and the footsteps you were following before, but even that, it's getting difficult to move up here between the wind and even though you have a climb speed, it is kind of a slate style roof, and so there's not much purchase. So you're having a hard time like keeping your balance on the roof at this point. So yeah, it's just between the wind, the snow, the darkness, it's just too much, and you're not be able to see much of anything.
Got in the crit fail.
Okay. If you want, you can come on back down, or you can stay up there, whichever's your choice. Although the
Yeah, I'll
snow.
jump down, join everybody
Okay.
else.
Okay. So come on back to the main room. Okay. All right.
I'll
And
walk with her
Sora.
back into the main room
Okay.
as we continue our conversation of what the heck.
And go ahead. I mean, because I'm curious. I know not everyone can read the chat, so if you guys want to continue discussion, discussing, go for it.
Do you know
Yeah,
she was Amethyst?
She was the bathroom attendant, but I don't think it was her because I walked into the room and she was having a bath. And then she went through a tiny little hole in the wall and it freaked me out. So she had no eyes. She had white eyes, no pupils.
Yeah, she was a changeling.
Sorry, Rob's over there. I'm talking to him like across the room.
Well, I heard the commotion and Sora not being able to control the little she bitch. But that being said, why? She can only teleport for so long, right? And she didn't have when you grabbed her. Sora, were you groping her naked body, or did she have clothes on? Because she came straight out that bath.
She put a robe on, didn't she?
Yeah, she had clothes on. In fact, Sora, as she appeared, she not only had that cloak wrapped around her, but she actually had what looked like winter-looking clothes on, like outdoor, like travel clothing.
All right, and
Okay.
how exactly did she leave? How exactly did she get away from you, Sora?
Poof! She just disappeared. She was
Disappeared.
there 1 second. She said some funky words, and then she left.
Look, I said she teleported.
That would be teleporting.
Yep.
Yeah, well, I didn't know what that was. I've never seen it.
Can I start to ritual cast detect magic just to see if there's like, any fun magical things around us?
Actually,
and I do like a whole little walk around thing.
I'm going to relay on to Eldon, the investigator, as the group is what I'm letting him do, and everybody to keep an eye on the pockets. Can I go back and go to her room and look through the area in case she left anything behind of interest?
Okay. Sure. So you're heading back down to here where to
Yeah.
here? Okay, I will.
If she had a little chest or drawer in there or something. I know it was in the bathroom, but like she might, while she was taking a bath, she might not have been able to grab everything.
Okay.
And maybe
I'll
find out
follow.
what room, and for that matter, find out what with one of the patrons over here, or not the patrons, one of the workers, to find out exactly where her room was, and then check that out as well.
Okay. Alrighty. So you actually will find out the attendant actually would have stayed in this bed here. This was hers.
Right.
In investigating, and Eldon, you could obviously the two of you. If did you think you were going to go with him, Eldon?
Is it okay to move? I didn't know. Yeah, I was going to say I didn't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
yes, help
Okay.
and guidance.
Okay,
help
so I
actions.
will. You want an investigation check then?
Sure.
I'm
Yep.
gonna go to my attendance room and start chewing him out.
Okay. We'll come
Maybe
back.
she guidance earlier, Eldon.
Come back to that in just a minute. Okay. Excellent.
Wow.
Okay. So.
Well, I guess he's got a. Okay. Yeah. That's fine.
Okay. So
I'll
it's a
say
little bit
just for kicks
Sherlock
and
and
giggles.
Watson.
29.
Okay, so just kind of a Sherlock and Watson moment here. It's like Trevor, you're kind of in there, and again, the two ladies are kind of upset that you're in there, but they understand at least this point now that you're trying to find what's going on, what's happening here. So Trevor, when you glance back in here, you will see kind of the footprints. The steam at this point is kind of going away. The bath water is still there, but it's starting to cool a bit. And you will note that there's a little hole in the wall where some like mist is kind of pouring through that little hole. Um, other than that, you don't see anything else in that room of note. Eldon, you will actually. It's hard to it's a little difficult at first because people have been coming and going so much here, but you do spot a set of footprints, wet footprints that go back around beside of this bed over here. And in looking back there, you do find a knife, like a hunting knife, about yay long, kind of the typical like what you'd use to skin animals or just a basically your typical hunting knife there, and it's tucked underneath the bed back here. Um, it's been hastily cleaned up, but you can see that there is maybe potentially some blood there. Just a little bit of trace there. Like it was wiped off, but not quite thoroughly. It wasn't washed off. So in investigating as well, you also catch the fact that there were some snowy footprints as well, or some wet footprints as well, coming from down here.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to turn to the two handmaidens, holding up the knife. Actually, my homunculus is holding it up. As I pointed out, he'll like come off my chest and he'll pick it up, and then flying above me just a couple of inches. So we're going to I need both of you to please join the other attendants outside. We are going to have many questions for you. Do not leave at all. And yes.
Where would we go? This is where we live.
Well, I'm saying join the rest of the crowd out in the main dining area. Thank you very much. Mr. Trevor, this way, please. And then I'm going to go to those footprints that were.
Yep. They came from this room here.
Did I see Eldon grab the knife?
Yeah.
Or
well, it's my homunculus floating behind me.
Holding it, yeah.
Yeah. Mr. Trevor, this was found behind the bed. Clearly is.
Well, you know what they say. If you're guilty, you do not run. Am I quick to assume that? And now we see the weapon, that presumably the murder weapon. I mean, it's pretty clear that we have our suspect, but I don't recommend letting anyone leave right now. But what do we aim to do with this information? She lives here. She took all our belongings with her. What makes you think she'll come back? And why would she kill somebody of ours?
I would like to gather the staff and the inn owner. We need to know who this individual was. And
I agree, Eldon, but you lack a little bit of what I call tact. So if you don't mind, I will handle that.
I mean, that is fine.
And then I will go in.
So tactful.
Yeah. I'm going to yell out as loud as I possibly can for everybody to gather in the main entrance at the top of my lungs.
All right. So,
Jim, while this is going on, I was going to ask the manager.
Yeah.
About the woman.
Oh yeah, that's right. You said you knew
what she knew about
too.
Yeah.
Her name is Saraya. She's been here for well over a year at this point. She's been an attendant there and does a lot of the cleaning and such. And she's a very quiet, timid girl for the most part. I don't know. You're saying she has something to do with this? No, couldn't be.
Did you know she was a changeling?
A what? I don't. No, she's human. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean.
She can change her appearance.
No, never. I would. That sort of thing would be noticed, I'm sure, but no.
We might find her body somewhere as well then, if that's the case, because someone might be pretending to be her.
So one thing down, there's two more guys down here. The male attendants and the guy, the bartender. Um, Never mind the fact that the two of them look alike here. That was a little bit of an oversight on my part, but that's okay. Um, they're sort of generic looking
Twins.
humans. Yeah. Um, what you'll find here, and this is a slight change from last time, guys. The window down here at the end of the hall. Let me just, if you're down here, you guys down here. The wet footprints, the very faint traces on there, seem to originate from this window here. And this is the window, Trevor, that you guys are trying to get into.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So yeah, I realize that it wouldn't have worked to go the way she did. We mentioned before. So yeah,
I'd
she
like
came in
to
this.
know. Sorry, don't mean to
Yeah, go
interrupt.
ahead.
I'd
Go ahead.
like to know why the cold storage has a hole in it, and that no one's patched the hole up when there's cold air pouring into the the staff quarters,
Let me just
bathrooms
come
and
and
stuff.
announce that in the room.
Hmm?
Okay. Let's see. Move a little bit closer there. The manager's like, "What? What are you talking about?" Give me those in the front room there. Give me an insight check. Nice. Okay. So you kind of look around as he says that, and um, there will be a few glances shot in various directions as you kind of follow the glancing of most of the male employees over here, looking at the male cook, and he's just sort of like trying to like obviously just looking around like this or that. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything.
It's a glory hole, isn't it?
More like a peephole. It's not that high.
I was just kidding.
So yeah, it's literally someone could look eye level and look into the women's bathroom area.
Wouldn't it be a bit obvious there with cold air pouring in if that's a cold room?
I was thinking that maybe there's a cork.
You're a cork.
What?
Okay. So Sora, we'll come back to you talking to Catherine and Reese back here. At this point, Reese is just sort of like when you do come in there, Reese is just sort of hands like kind of buried on his head there and head down, and Catherine's just kind of standing there looking at him, and she looks concerned, obviously. He glances up as you come in. Yeah,
Did I not tell you to stay awake until we woke and that you would sleep on the way?
I had already been up for 16 hours. I walked the entire time. I didn't get a meal, and I was out in the stables there. I was exhausted. Persh saw I could barely even keep my eyes open and told me to go take a nap. Darville, when he came in and relieved Persh, brought me food, since I wasn't allowed to go in and eat.
I don't remember any of that happening. To the DM, not to you.
Oh,
To the
so
DM.
basically, essentially, clarify that he wasn't riding on the wagon. He was walking and trailing along because he didn't get a horse.
Right? But I would have made sure that he had food.
Okay,
Yeah, at all times.
okay, cool. All right, then it makes
Don't make me
cool.
out to
Okay,
be the bad guy.
no. I just say that like 'cause it was one of those things where it's like he's out. I asked him, he's out in the stable. I'm like, do you get to come in for a meal? No, he's out in the
No.
stable. Yeah. So
No, sorry.
okay,
He came in 8 and then he did have a nap while we were doing the whole
okay,
eating thing.
okay.
And then he was supposed to stay out in the stables.
Gotcha. Okay. I mean, we'll just say that he still having been walking quite a the ways and else there. He's like, I said, Persh told me to go take a nap. I was only up there for an hour or two.
Next
I,
time, check in with me. I need to know where you are at all times. We don't know these guys. And if you're suspected of something, it falls back on me because I compete for you or I talk for you.
Understandable. Yes. All right. Of
Get
course.
something to eat, go back to sleep. I think we've got this all figured out now.
Um, I'll. I'm fine. He's kind of like breakfast will be in a couple of hours. I'm sure. At this point.
There was
Uh,
a storm, right?
hmm?
Like that's why there's a blizzard pretty much outside, right? There's a tornado.
It's definitely picked up there. It's not a full on like whiteout or anything else outside, but it's definitely the snow is picked up and the wind's pretty heavy, and it is the middle of the night. It's probably about 3-4 a.m. at this point.
Okay, I would still want him to either get some like rations or something and still
Sure.
stay inside because
Okay.
I
So
don't want him out in that weather.
okay. He'll check in. He'll check in on just kind of go through his back there and pull out something to eat there and go ahead and okay. I'll lie down and we'll be ready to go when it's time to go. Okay.
Okay, and
All
then
right.
I leave.
Okay. Alrighty. So back to Trevor and Eldon here. What you got?
Um,
All right. At this point, sorry, Eldon, you go ahead. Follow up.
yeah, it's so being in this hallway, we've clearly established that she came in through that window uh, and hid the weapon in underneath her bed. So I will now return to the uh, proprietor of this establishment with my little homunculus knife, Mr. Trevor. So we have established she clearly came through there. I do not believe that there is much more that we can find here. Uh, we have established exactly where she came in from, where she hid the weapon, and exactly who uh, she or they are, being that they are a changeling. So let us return to the group and we can begin. This individual will need to be brought to justice for sure. So the hunt is on.
Does this mean I may or may not get to shoot somebody? Because the last person that got the shot was a fucking cat.
Yes, and you will please refrain from shooting Miss Amethyst in the future. So
That was not intentional, and you know this.
this is as we're walking back.
Yeah,
Sure.
right. Yeah, we're talking to walking.
Yeah.
I did not mean to
It's
shoot
okay.
her.
Let's
Damn it.
so effectively we'll kind of I'm gonna set up a little setting here. So you'll be coming around this way. Your homunculus in tow, Trevor following behind. Right around here, Sora. We'll call it right around here. Sora. You'll see Eldon coming along there, and you see his homunculus actually is holding a knife. And we'll just say, without making a roll in this case, there you recognize that knife. That knife had gone missing.
Oh.
Knife had
That's
gone missing.
Reese told you that his hunting knife had gone missing. When he woke up there, his
Yes.
hunting knife was gone.
Yes.
There we go. And the plot thickens.
Maybe ask him
like
if
it.
it's his.
Well, so basically, you see the homunculus kind of floating along there, along Eldon there, and the knife held there, and you see them. I'll just put you right here in the hallway, as they're heading back toward the main dining area.
I would kind of just stand here, almost
Mhm.
making it look like I was blocking the way,
Sure.
and let them get closer to tell them that I know whose hunting knife that is, but I know for a fact he wouldn't have done it. So much so that if you want to, you can speak with him.
Um, I do believe we have established that it was the changeling that stabbed.
Have we, though?
It is appearing to be so.
Okay. Are you intending on keeping the knife, or should I return it to him?
It is the murder weapon. I do believe that we may need to call authorities as we are but adventurers.
Now, Eldon, I do not agree with such things. Maybe we can solve this in house before that has to happen. And besides, we are kind of out in the middle of nowhere, halfway to that. We are not in a big city. Perhaps there is no available law enforcement in the area. I really, really think we should avoid that at all costs.
Oh, it's a baby.
I don't mind if we call the authorities because it'll clear it up right quick. But I'm biting my tongue really bad on this one, saying that I agree with Trevor. We
Yeah.
should probably figure it out on our own first and see what the people, want to do before we get authorities who will take 2-3 days to get here.
If not longer, first of all, let me be clear. If they're here, I'm not, frankly. Secondly, we know who the murderer is already. I think it should be upon us to even solve it, or if it is even our concern at this point. We have multiple deliveries to be made. Frankly, the less time we spend here, the better off we all are.
The problem with that, though, is, kind sir, that we can't necessarily do that. Do I see him come out?
You'll hear him sit there. He's kind of like as you're talking there, back and forth there. Uh, if there's been a murder, we will have to report it to the authorities, but there's no need. You need to be here specifically.
Sorry.
There were people who were missing for the last couple of days. Did I hear that right? Or over the last couple of weeks?
I heard a bit of that. I was in the office there listening for most of that. So, they're suspected, but nothing confirmed. I mean, a person checking out without leaving without checking out is not unheard of in a establishment of this kind. It's odd, but no other no other um, uh, disappearances have been reported. You said this person was a changeling? Is that what I heard?
I had her in my grasp at one moment, and then she teleported away. But our friend Lucas saw her do something else, and obviously I had the back of her, so I couldn't tell what she was doing. He says it might be a changeling.
I see. Well, I may be able to help. There have been other reports of someone committing murders and such and being very difficult to pin down. I don't know if it's related, but it's something that could be added into the mix at least.
All right, then, guys, I think that settles it. We need to just let him call the authorities and we can be on our way. Leave the knife with him.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll look back at my homunculus and it kind of like floats over. Sorry, guys. No, it's okay, buddy. Oh.
Yeah. So, long as we'll float over there. I don't really need the weapon, but I mean,
The
all right.
authorities will.
Of course. All right then. And he basically pulls out a handkerchief and puts it out there, and then Monkless drops a little blade on the handkerchief there, and he wraps it up there. And all right then. And he just kind of holds it awkwardly for the most part there. And he kind of, do we want to adjourn to the other room?
Yes, I do believe so. Yes.
Okay. He opens the door for you, so you can all go in ahead of him.
I'm not exactly sure what the authorities are even going to do here, but it's regardless. I won't be here when they get here, so it doesn't really matter.
I do not believe that any of us.
So as they start to file into the other room, I want to be the last one through,
Sure.
and I'm gonna hand 5 gold to him to cover the cost of the people who didn't pay and left, and then just go in there. I don't want to say
The one
anything.
who
It's just gonna
died.
happen.
He kind of looks at it like, oh, all right, and he puts it. He just puts it in his kind of coat pocket for the moment, and I'll put that in with everything else later on in just a moment. And so, Trevor, you heading into?
That I am.
Okay. All right. Then we'll kind of put yourself in the room where you want to be there. He'll just kind of be off to the side.
Yep, I'll be right there getting. Oh,
When you come in, the bartender is kind of glaring over at the hunter, who just sort of smiles and raises the bottle that he obviously took from the bar. The two acolytes are just sort of standing quietly. She looks a little bit. He just looks stone faced, and she's just sort of kind of rolling her eyes and. Can we go back to sleep yet? It's getting quite. We have to be on our way in the morning, and I really don't want to be here any longer.
I look over at everybody, and I'm pretty sure that we're in the clear to let them go to sleep. So I'll hold the door open.
Thank you very much. And she kind of moves past along with him, and they'll go back to their room.
Did Lucas hear someone say there'd been other murders?
Lucas, if you would have heard it was a disappearance, maybe not he didn't hear about any other murders or anything else yet. He heard about the guest disappearing, but not specifically of a murder of any kind. That all happened in the hallway. So
Okay.
Anyone else you want to send on their way, or are we good here?
Eldon will like give the full rundown of like this is what we believe happened, like this is who we believe did it. And
let's hear it.
They teleported away. Yeah.
I think at this point we're kind of just saying out loud to everybody that we don't suspect them of anything any longer. That if they wish to go to bed, they may.
And at one point the woman in the middle down here. So this is the female who works the waitress person that works the lounge. This one's a cook, and this one's the nighttime attendant. And so she's the one kind of piece of it was like, where's Ciala? She should be here too. What's going on? Where is she?
About that.
Who?
Would you mind describing? I'm right here, so I would have heard that. I'm sure. Right?
Yeah. Well, yeah. She asked. Like, she asked. Like, she's gonna look around. And she says it. Like, where is she? What's going on?
I walk up to her, kind of tip my hat, change my eye patch over to the left, look at her, like, describe what this. I'm sorry. What was that name?
Ciala is her name.
Ciala. Will you describe what Ciala looks like for me, please?
And I'll pull out a picture and show you, so you see. Where is she? She looked like this.
Oops.
And so, kind of brownish hair, brown eyes, tucked back into her cap there. Amethyst, you saw this is the one that was working the bathroom attendant. She was the bathroom attendant during the daytime when when you came and took your bath. That was her.
Yeah. And then she was having a bath after.
That's looking very, very different, obviously.
Yeah.
So
I want to know if they knew. Did she have any powers or was she able to cast any magic spells or anything like that?
Do y'all just kind of look at each other like, what? No, she's just an attendant.
Was she able to change her appearance?
No, nothing like that.
She
I've
had
never heard
any
of that.
magic items or anything?
Not that I'm aware of. No, I mean, she'd worked here for a year.
Well, I think maybe she's still here somewhere because I think whoever the changeling was pretending to be her. So she's either locked in a cupboard somewhere, or I mean, could be worse. Or I don't know. I don't know where she is.
Speaking of which, something occurred to me. I'm going to ping these real quick.
Sure.
Is there a reason there? Did you describe already why these two look exactly the same?
That oversight on my part. In the same token, I didn't realize they were the same one.
Okay, I was going to say,
Yeah,
oh
so
God, it's that one. Get him.
yeah, they do look very similar. They are both humans, brown hair, scruffy
Gotcha.
beard,
Okay.
similar build. They're close enough that they could be brothers, but they're obviously not when you actually look at it close up. So yeah, oversight on my part, but in terms of the story wise, it just means that yeah, they look very similar. Generic human, dark hair. So yeah, I didn't mean to alarm you there.
I was like, it's that left one. Kill him. Like, just in case. Just anytime.
No,
Why couldn't it be the right one?
Because then we're half right either way. It's fine.
Because that one served him drinks and didn't kill him.
Maybe we should search the rest of the place to see if we can find this person.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. While that's happening, I'm going to walk up to my friend over here. I forget his name already. I'm sorry. I took notes, but not very well.
That was
also, what time of night is it?
It's about 4 in the morning.
About 4 in the morning. Okay.
Yeah, it's about 4 a.m. at this point. Yeah, it was this is all taking place over the last hour or so. So it was about 3 a.m. when you got woken up. So I mean, are you wanting to keep everybody else here, or send them all back to their rooms, or what do you want to do with the rest of the folks that are here?
I think we should just let them go to their rooms and try to rest because they've been up already for so long.
Okay.
And they've been through a stressful situation. You know, a group of adventurers here just kind of yelled at them and told them to stay put, and then didn't give them any answers until just now. So
I think before everybody goes to bed, though, we should maybe search people's wardrobes and stuff for this missing lady.
isn't that like invasion of privacy?
That's the
Well, then
idea.
get people to search the wardrobes while we're there.
That works if they want us to.
The manager actually is like, whatever will make sure that whatever happened here gets uncovered. The more we can information we give to the authorities, the better.
Yeah.
Listen,
And I think if it's either the woman who worked here is the murderer and has disappeared, or the murderer and disappearer has hidden her somewhere or killed her or worse. So we need to find out one way or the other whether she's still in the building or not.
Okay. Sure. So what is for this for the sake of time here? You do spend some time next hour or so, going through the building there, having people look in the various places. You don't see a body. You don't find anything like that. You don't see any signs of someone being murdered, no blood spatter or anything else like that. At least not nowhere inside the building here. Doesn't mean it couldn't be, but you do a fairly thorough examination. Go ahead and make perception or investigation checks for those joining in the search, and see if anybody comes up with anything big.
I'm not playing this game anymore.
Okay.
29.
Yeah. So Eldon, I mean, you will find a couple of things here. You will see that the manager, even though she's reluctant at first, there does allow. And let me open up those last few rooms that you can't see so far. What you will find is that the manager's room is here, and it is very well decked out in terms of there's a very fine rug on the floor. There's very fine bed sheets, higher thread count, obviously, and comforters, everything else. Everything in this room just looks better. It's not larger or anything else. Next door is the assistant manager's room. It's nice, but not quite as nice as the manager's room as one would expect there. And um, these first two rooms are seem to be where the cooks live. And all the female employees stay in here, and these are bunk beds, and the male employees stay down here. Um, as far as things go there. Um, so essentially that's whole the employee area over here. Um, yes, nothing, but yeah, with this one, you're fairly certain there's no body stored anywhere in this inside the building here. Um, However, you will see that the bunk here where Ciela would normally be, um, there is where the other bunks all have personal knickknacks and items and everything else, kind of like on their bed or tucked into the sides, little letters or photos or just something there. Hers is empty. There is nothing there. Like it, like not that it wouldn't, not that there couldn't be something. Obviously, there's nothing in there anymore. No photos, no little lockets, no trinkets, no nothing in her sleeping area.
So chances are it was definitely her then.
I mean, it does stand out of place compared to everything else because everyone else has something, some little knickknack, some little a doll or a photo or just something that's kind of tucked in there where they sleep and everything else. And hers
If we
is
ask if we ask the other occupants of the room, did she ever
Mhm.
have any there, or has it always been like that?
Oh yeah, she had a little locket that she always kept. And just say, she's at the bottom bunk there, and she would. A lot of times, I saw her holding up a locket and looking at it, and then um, I think she had a photo or two as well. A family member of some kind. She didn't talk about them much, but no, I mean, she had things there.
And they're definitely not there now.
She always kept a um extra pair of slippers under her bed because her feet were always cold. I don't know. Is that strange?
Eldon would like to do one more like good look around the whole barn area and see
Okay.
if he can just one more good
Okay.
look.
One thing at some point, because this will end up taking until the sun comes up. If there's this thorough of an investigation going through everything and spending
Oh
the time.
yeah.
So whoever's wanting to go sleep and not be a part of that, obviously you can do so. But at some point here, people will start getting up and going about the morning routines and everything else. And about this time, when you're out at the barn, the priestess will arrive, and looking like, and as you're kind of looking around there, the body is still there, and she does step up and, would you like me to perform the rites to make sure that his soul is at rest?
Yes, that would be fine. We may be moving the body inside shortly to possibly the cold storage to preserve him for.
Oh, that won't be necessary. I will make sure that he doesn't decay as well.
Oh,
She'll cast, and she will cast General Repose,
okay, cool.
and so that way the body will stay as is. And you may want to cover him, of course, but he should be fine. I assume you'll be moving on to some place, and wherever you're going, I'm sure they can take care of the body from there.
Most
Um,
appreciated. Thank you.
Of
I'm
course.
gonna help her
Sure.
do last rites on
Okay.
on
Yeah.
people.
Can
Absolutely.
we check the body though? Because I'm trying to work out why they chose him, because there was someone else in the barn.
Yeah,
as well.
that's what I was looking for
Okay.
in the barn, seeing if there was any way of.
So, you don't see anything odd about Persh. Nothing's missing. You didn't know him well. You only traveled in a couple of days. Um, uh, yeah, it's just you're not sure exactly why. There's nothing about the body that would indicate why he was picked or chosen. Um, um, Give me, I guess, maybe an insight check.
Can I give you assistance, Lucas?
Yeah, go ahead and roll it there. You're kind of working it out there and kind of looking at it. Lucas, go give me an advantage. So go and roll it again as well. See if you get a better one there with hold on. Okay. Um, Something as you're kind of looking at it and thinking about there, because you realize that in the discussions and everything else, and actually, I need to clarify something here. Sora, do you tell
Yeah.
the rest of the party that Reese was sleeping up top? Do they know that?
I think the only person that knows that is Eldon.
Okay, so Eldon does know. Okay, all right. Because that's right.
Yeah,
Because
because he was there when
he
he
was
had.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So Eldon, and so this will come out there. So I mean, Eldon's not really going to keep a secret like this, unless he was told to. And so, and it is with okay. All right there. Um, so you want to just yeah, perfect, cool. Um, so our paladin is stepping away for just a moment here, but they'll be back. Um, so Lucas, in talking with Eldon there, you're kind of working it out there as you guys are talking about there. You realize that this person must have paid more attention to the party than you realized because Persh wasn't really well known to any of you, whereas Reese was answering to the paladin and being ordered around by the paladin. So you kind of come to realize the fact that Persh was of the people that were out here, Persh is the one that you wouldn't have known as well. And that kind of gets off into a little bit of something else here. Um, Another conversation that would have happened, and we'll just see the assistant manager is talking to you at some point before you head out to the barn here, and he tells you that another murder did happen at another forge right in, but one of them, this one over in Port Oris, um, and the murder was very mysterious. Someone that was someone disappeared, someone ended up dead, and it was all very strange in how it all happened. And the the stories and tales and eyewitnesses accounts and everything else that came out there, this person, the killer, became known as the Shade, and it sort of became almost like an urban myth in other places there. Other murders where someone was able to get access to some place they shouldn't have been able to get to and kill someone. People that suddenly disappeared, and in some cases bodies were found long time later, like turned up, a person who was missing turned up, a body turned up somewhere eventually, and it all became sort of known that this person was taking someone's identity and killing and finding ways to get into places they shouldn't be going. And so this is urban myth of the Shade, a serial killer slash thief slash assassin, something like that. And so the fact that it happened recently at another forge right in Port Oris, this manager, the assistant manager, is kind of imparting kind of the tale in the story there. It's all, it must be the Shade. It must be it. I mean, it makes sense. And so, as you're talking about this, you realize that if this person wanted to take anyone's place in the party, it would have to be someone that wasn't. Findings and at least what happened. And if it's if it becomes part of the larger investigation, then I hope that will be the case. But we will do what we can.
Yes.
Potentially maybe hire some security as well.
Perfect. And we shall be on our way. I will not say thank you for this day for obvious reasons, but have a good day, sir. And like Eldon will awkwardly walk away.
So do we believe that she was going to try and come with us then and pretend to be him?
In looking things over and hearing the story from the assistant manager Lucas and Eldon, it's kind of the impression you eventually would kind of put together. A changeling that could assume someone's identity.
Right. Weird.
And has never been caught.
Yet.
Dum dum dum.
So, is there anything else you want to look into or check in with or talk to people or?
No, I think that's about it.
Good. So somewhere out there is a very cold and very pissed off serial killer.
Oh, did we piss off a serial killer?
Well, her plan didn't come to fruition, so potentially.
Hopefully she'll come back for us.
Oh,
And then we can kill her face in.
I am so looking forward to that. There will be someone else to shoot besides yourself.
I mean, hopefully she'll stab Trevor first before we kill her, but you know.
Well, no, they have a knife, so clearly.
That's why I said stab.
From what you said, didn't she flash? She can teleport. She can. A knife seems to be the least of our concern.
In talking it over, you realize that she definitely used Misty Step.
Yeah.
You saw that. And then that last one either was a teleport or a dimension door because there was no place nearby that she ended up.
Yeah.
It wasn't a spell though, was it?
You don't think so. You based on how she did, because she didn't actually cast a spell. Sora was incorrect there. She didn't actually say anything. She just kind of grabbed the cloak and then was gone. She in kind of like whatever Sora doing her best there, but to impart what she said there, she was more like a curse, like "damn you," but in a different language that she didn't know. All right, so let's go ahead and take our break, about 5 minutes. Is about that time here, and then we'll move on to the next leg of our journey. And so grab drinks, what you need,
Yes.
and we'll be back in 5.
Put the baby to bed.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, put the baby to bed.
Yeah. And if we need a little more time there when we get back there, let us know. We'll see where we're at here. So, yep, 5 minutes. We'll be
Alrighty.
back, and
Awesome.
see you soon.
Sweet.
See you in 5.
And welcome back. Got a couple of players that'll be popping in here as we go along here, but we're going to get things rolling along again. So as the day dawns, the wind dies down. It's still snowing slightly, but it's not quite as bitter cold and as it was the previous night while you're trying to investigate. As you settle in there, Darvel, the wagon driver, does go ahead and secure Persh's body. It's all wrapped up now and bundled up there to the wagon itself, so that he's not left behind. He does say that Persh does have family in Port Oris, and will make sure that his body is taken to them once they arrive. So, okay, great. So we got another player jumping up for something there. So no worries. Um, so we'll just go ahead and we have Amethyst and we have Lucas, who are kind of yes. We'll say this say as uh, Eldon. He's up. He since he was up in the middle of the night there. He's actually trying to get a little more sleep there. Um, Trevor is off outside checking in the wagons and doing his best to scout around the area for any kind of sign of the person that got away. Sora's is sleeping in there with her servants there, her retainers, um, making sure that they all get their rest and everything. And so we'll cut to Amethyst and Lucas in the getting some breakfast in the morning there. So what do we have so far?
Do you think we would have noticed that the dude wasn't the dude if she'd managed to pretend to be him and come with us?
I don't know. We don't know him that well, so could have got away with it.
Scary, isn't it? Could have killed us all in our sleep.
The person bringing out breakfast and else the waiters there, just he's kind of a little more subdued and a little bit more, I'm not so much fearful, but more just like kind of getting your food there, not really talking very much. Um, and he's just, will you be moving on today then? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, we'll be leaving shortly.
Well, I do hope that everything goes well and that that person doesn't come back here. I don't want to see anyone else disappear or anything. That's rather frightful. So be safe and you kind of like if you want anything else, just to say the word, and he kind of rushes off to the corner again.
I think it should probably have something in place with all the staff that if the person does turn up again, they have some way of sending a message to the authorities or something to make sure that they stay safe.
Um, um, as he kind of pauses as he moves away there. The manager does have a way to contact the other Forge Right inns, and they can contact the authorities and such. And so I'm sure that's all been handled. I really hope that if that something is going to be done in time. So thank you for everything, finding out the information and everything, and I do hope that you have safe travels and don't run into that person again.
Thank you. I kind of hope we do.
Kind of like this. All right. And
Well, if we
goes
can
off.
get rid of her and stop her from hurting anybody else, then that's, it can only be a good thing.
This is true. And so Eldon, basically, at this point has come out there. You're fully equipped, fully ready to go. Spend a little time,
Oh yeah,
extra time there.
with more ideas for things to help protect us in the future, as we now have a serial killer possibly after us.
Yes.
As I spent the rest of the morning contemplating things.
And Trevor comes stomping in from the outside there, having kind of done a full perimeter check and looking along the road and everything else, and checking in with Darville out at the wagon.
He's just trying to get his boot prints in the fresh snow, that's all.
You have no idea.
He likes breaking in the virgin snow.
Yeah, the food actually didn't come. It said it was here, and they said they were on their way, and they're not. So I had to go back out there in a second.
All right.
Never mind. They just did. Oh my God. I'll be right back again. Continue without me.
And so after stomping in the way there, they realize they forgot something and heads back out to the stable there, as everyone's settling in here. We do
give one of the handmaidens a sweet kiss of goodbye before.
I don't think he's really ingratiated himself that well with anybody
I was
here.
going to say he wishes.
So, all right. So, any last minute things you want to do here before we get on the wagons and head on the way?
I'm ready to go whenever.
Yeah, I'm ready to go ahead and get on the way.
Yeah, let's go.
All right then. As Sora and her two retainers come back out, we do have mostly a full party there. So as everyone is gathered in the common room, Trevor's already out the wagon with Darville, and Persh's body already loaded up there. You're able to get back on the road. It's, as I said, it is slightly snowing. The wind has died down, so it is cold, but not as bad as it was the previous night. And you're able to make some pretty good time on the road. Darville is definitely subdued, and obviously he lost someone he's known for a while now, and does keep kind of glancing back over his shoulder to where the bundle of the body is tucked with the wagon there. Eldon, you're able to take your seat up on the wagon there, up on the seat there, and taking a couple of extra turns there, Reese will hop up there as he ranges out there, looks around, and comes back up and hops on the wagon there, kind of getting used to be able to take that spot at least for now. And so the day passes fairly uneventfully. The travel goes well. The horses, obviously being conjured, don't care about the snow or the weather. They don't need to be stopped to eat or drink or anything. And Sora's mount as well, being magically summoned, doesn't really suffer from exhaustion or anything else. And so, while you got a little bit of a late start, then. You are able to make good time and get to the first actually another one of the roadside shrines.
As we're riding in there, I'm like, making new notes for something new that I am creating now that I have figured out the last project and just need to buy the last few bits of it in Port Oris. I am noticing the gentleman constantly looking back at the now corpse. I will look up. I am not very good at communicating often, nor do I really get into people's business, but I am so sorry for your loss. We will, I believe, as a party, adventuring group, seek justice for you and your friend.
Well, I do appreciate that. I mean, Persh was a good man. He worked for us for a couple of years, and always good spirits. So he'll be missed, definitely. As for, vengeance, this kind of thing, I'll leave that up to you. Obviously, I'm just a simple man. I just drive a wagon. So, I would appreciate it if you do find the person that did this and can take care of them. I would like to know.
There is a difference between vengeance and justice. I have read many books on this subject, although I sometimes struggle in communicating the things I have read.
He's not wrong.
I believe that we shall seek justice. That is the more lawful thing to do. Although I myself prefer just let's let everyone let live and such. But I do believe that when you are wronged, that you have the right to seek recompense.
Well, that's definitely a way of looking at the world. That's kind of refreshing. So, um, understandable. So, well, anyway,
I like
thank you.
killing serial killers.
I never much cared for cereal that much. Rather it be hot or cold. And I don't get the purpose of killing it.
I'm just going to slap Trevor.
Mage hand slap from across.
Ah, fuck, I don't even fight it. What did I do?
Again,
Shot me.
the second day's travel, you're able to move along. This time, at this point, the snow has stopped, and it's fairly clear. A little bit overcast, but the skies are clear at least in terms of the precipitation or anything. So you're able to move along a little bit faster this time. It makes a little bit better time. Um, and you find yourself stopping at a small, basic village, kind of a roadside village that does offer various places in terms of um, it does offer uh, provisions and such places to uh, for others stables for their horses to be taken care of and everything else. And Sora, you know these kind of villages are on almost every trade route where there'll be just little places that essentially have enough there to take care of travelers and wagons and caravans and such like that, but not really enough to like be considered an entire city or town or anything even. So
It's a watering hole.
basically, yeah, it's like one like small tavern kind of thing there that serves okay drinks and okay food, a little general store and a stable. Um, and then essentially not even really a full on inn, more just like like an established campsite where someone could set up tents and use fire pits and such like that, so, and be fairly comfortable. Okay. Okay. Um, And so the third day's travel after since leaving the inn does bring you fairly close to town, according to Darvel. Figure they should be getting there tomorrow at some point, but it's a little hard to push on for the rest of the day here. It's things the days are shorter now, so we can't quite make as good a time. There should be another campsite type place up ahead if you want to stop there, or we can push a little further. Depends on what time you want to get into the town, get into the city tomorrow. I'll leave it up to
Um,
you.
What were the options? Sorry.
We can
pushing.
either stop at the next campsite there, or we can push on so we can actually get to the city a little earlier in the day tomorrow. We can, if you want to, just find a spot to pull off the road and camp
No, I
later
reckon
on.
I reckon we get moving as much as we possibly can. We already got detained here more than I would like to solving a murder.
All right. Well, that's fine. We'll go ahead and move the horses on. If we have to, we can use an extra charge from the accumulators and keep the horses around for an extra time. Um, if that works for all of you. Okay. So
Yeah, it's fine.
he does essentially. You pass up the campsite there using the pushing the horses a little bit further until it's well into dark, and finding a place to pull off the side of the road and set up a makeshift camp. Um, let's go ahead and run through. Who wants to take first watch, second watch, third watch?
I don't mind taking one in the middle of the night because I've got dark vision.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say I'll take first watch as the sun is going down.
Okay.
Um,
So Lucas and I have both got dark vision, so if we take the middle ones where it's the darkest.
Actually,
Yeah, that's fine.
I do have something else I'd like to do. In one of those past the last stop, I wanted to go ahead and purchase 10 gold worth of some incense. At my last level up, I picked up Find Familiar, so I would like to go ahead during the first 11 minutes of watch cast, and I'm going to. So as I sit down, I pull out this cog from my bag that's just a little bit bigger, almost like a plate size. And as I set the charcoal and incense in it, I bring out another little mechanical switch that is like a little lighter. And as I light it, I spread my hands, and arcane symbols appear on the cog as the cog starts to turn, and there's a and all of a sudden there's a little pygmy owl, little tiny owl that appears in that, and I like reach out and he hops up on my hand, and I take that cog plate back and put that back in my bag, and I take a second as I adjust my goggles and he flies up into the air.
Okay. Quick point of order here. Is this an actual like living pygmy owl or is it a mechanical one?
It is an actual living pygmy owl.
Okay.
Although it's like its little feet look like little metal, like little toes. So it's kind of a living.
Sure.
No, you know what? Actually, no. Let's do it. We're gonna go ahead and say it is a little mechanical owl.
Sure. Makes sense.
Is what it
Okay.
looks like. Yeah.
Okay. So essentially, yeah. I mean, yay big, just sort of enough to have a little bit of weight to him. And so
Yeah.
it can fly off in there, and you can
So
do normal things as familiars.
yes. So
And also, is this a Fey spirit familiar or some other spirit?
this would be a fire elemental, going
Okay.
with fire in that one.
All right. So its eyes
Yeah.
get a little bit of glint to them, a little glow to them. It's not normal there. So all right.
Mhm.
So yeah. So it just kind of sits there, and as it kind of fluffs its little metal wings out there, little wave of heat brushes over your arm when it's sitting there, and then it flies off there, leaving a little bit of a heat trail behind it there as its little eyes kind of spark and glow with a flame.
Yes, and as on occasion, I will peer through his eyes to get a better vantage for
Okay.
watch as we are going.
Um, as it is based off of an owl, it does have night vision, so it's
Yeah.
able to get a pretty good view around there. Go ahead and give me a perception check. I believe with advantage for the owl.
Yeah, it's an advantage at a +3.
Mhm. Okay. So you get a very clear view of everything there. It is a very quiet, still night as night falls and you set up your watch there. You're able to see a good view there as the owl is a good circuit around, and um, you're fairly confident that there's nothing out there stalking you, or there's no real large predators or animals in the region that you can see either. Um, yeah.
Perfect.
Uh,
And then the last thing I would do is I would do an alarm around our little campsite.
okay. Sure thing.
So I will use both those
Okay.
spell slots.
Right. So yeah, you go ahead and set up your alarm spells. Everyone's at this point getting the first group is getting their sleep and everything. Second watch, do we go with Amethyst, Lucas?
Me
Yeah,
first,
sounds good.
alphabetical.
Yeah.
Okay. So um, so go ahead and get your go ahead and make your perception checks for the evening. See if anything comes out for you. with this, Lucas, perception checks. See what you got there. And with this chance to shine.
I was going to say, oh no, sick, but that's Lucas. Oh, there we go.
All right. So, things are quiet for you. You do spend some time there. At one point, Amethyst, you think that you catch a sound of some sort of bird flying around. Um, something large and very the ruffle of wings and as the feathers and all that. Definitely not the little tiny mechanical thing that Eldon has now with him. And it just sort of swoops through the trees, and it definitely seems larger than if you look up there, and because you've seen large like hawks and various things on the plains where you're from. This thing has a wingspan. As you hear it kind of swooping by, look up and it's just in the faint moonlight up in the trees there. You catch this thing with about a 8-foot wingspan. This thing is massive as it flies over you, and doesn't seem to pay you any mind, but it does just kind of swoop down along there. And somewhere off in the distance, you hear a cry of some small animal that it's managed to latch onto.
It's definitely not a swan because they can't fly, right, Trevor?
They've never flown.
And Lucas, the night is quiet. You don't really when Amethyst kind of points out the bird there, you catch a little bit of a shadowy thing up in the trees there, but nothing down on ground level. That seems to be a problem for you guys. You don't hear anything off the
Sounds
trees or
good.
anything else like that. So, last watch, we're doing Lucas and Sora as the sun is starting to come up.
I will do last watch.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
I'm on the wrong page. Hang on.
No worries.
I was going to say I probably would have stayed up with her to do the last one to get on the tail end of it if it's
Sure,
not too
go
late
for
to say something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go for it. Yeah, it makes sense. Yes.
Yeah. They
So
wanna
go ahead and
stay
give me a perception check as well.
Yeah.
You better do it. I'm not that great.
I'm bad.
Okay.
You got
Better
my
than
roll.
yours though, but yeah.
Okay. So, we just lost. We lost Trevor. There he is. Trevor.
Oh no, Draven.
Maybe. Oh no.
It's not Draven.
Should reset in just a moment here.
Put
Yeah,
your
we don't see
camera
a
on, Aaron.
camera.
Get your camera back on there. That'll reset everything. It should.
Who did we lose? Me?
You
Five.
do, yeah.
Yeah, close.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was you, bub.
I'm back. I don't know why that
Okay.
happened, but I'm back again.
Technical difficulties, folks.
You're technically difficult.
So
Always.
So Sora, one thing that and you've done watches with that, but you never quite got out of the habit of staring into the fire. And so
No.
you're just sort of like watching the flames dance with that, and you don't fall asleep or anything else, but you just sort of like you completely ruin your night vision to the point where you can't see anything out there beyond the fire. So you're mostly just relying on sound, and you just find yourself kind of lulled by the crackling of the flames, and don't really take note of anything out there or anything else. Trevor, not a whole lot better. You're not looking into the fire, and you're kind of using your trick to kind of trick your night vision to be a little bit better.
Yeah.
But it's really it hits that morning stillness as the sun's just about to come up there, and just before the morning birds start doing anything, and you keep thinking that there's crunching of snow or footsteps out there, and you kind of look around to try to find some sound, and you keep thinking there's something out there.
Okay.
Nothing triggers the alarm spell. You don't see any actual shadows or any figures out there, but you just have this feeling there's something out there.
Okay. Well, on that note, I will not walk out of the distance of where they are, of where the rest of my party is,
Mhm.
but investigate a little bit towards what I think might be where I think it might be.
Okay.
Like I'll like a yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Cool.
Another one went another little further away. Okay. After a moment out there, and the alarm spell doesn't trigger for you because Eldon said it that way. So you're able to move kind of past where the area is alarmed there,
Right.
and you kind of plunk down and just look down the road at one point there, and your eyes sort of play tricks on you a little bit. You think you see somebody moving around down there, and you move for a little bit there, and nope, it's just a bush. And then you look away, and you hear something behind you, and you look behind you, and there's nothing there. And you, after a few minutes of this, you're just sort of like to the calming breath, and just sort of like look around, and nothing comes out. Nothing confronts you. Nothing rushes out to you. Sorry, as you there, you use your divine sense there. Nothing triggers your divine sense. No undead, no demons, no fiends, nothing like that. You're fairly certain that if there is anything out there, 'cause you just see, you see Trevor walk out and to scout around a little bit there. And yeah, so you're fairly certain that there's nothing that would trigger your divine sense within your radius or anything else.
Good.
So,
Good.
so Trevor, you come back and they're fairly convinced that whatever is out, if there is something out there, it's not coming in to be a threat to you. It's not making a move on you guys. And we'll leave it at that.
Yeah. I just I don't know. Have tempted just to like how much sleep have I gotten at this point since I waited last shift?
You got enough.
Okay,
You consider long rest.
I'm gonna stay up until I'm not gonna go back to bed. I'm just gonna stay up until everybody else wakes up.
Okay. So, by the end of your shift there, the sun is just starting to come up there, and that 5 a.m. wake up call from Eldon goes off there, and he's up and awake, and you see that the two of them are Trevor's up moving around, Sora's calmly listening and using her divine senses. But things are the morning is quiet. You're able to get up and prepare for the last part of your journey. Anything you want to do?
Just looking forward to getting Aura. Sorry.
As the last bit of it, a couple of things. Eldon is going to Mr. Trevor, if you do not mind, can I speak with you pertaining to your the project you gave me for your new weapon?
You may, under one condition.
Yes.
Not that I am not very enticed by said object, but that being said, if you could just please stop calling me Mister. I know,
Well,
I know. It's going to be something you have to work on, but let's try for validity, shall we?
Yes, of course. So,
anyway,
Mr.
what you got to show
Trevor,
me?
the
Mother. I can see our communication line is clearly open.
So I'll give you like the drawing of like your rough drawing. I have like made a better drawing of it.
Hey, my dude can
like
dick. I presume you know art, man.
And like with measurements, and then like I'm jotting down notes of the spell plate that you had told me how it works. I don't know that that's exactly how it works because I've never seen that before. I'm not 100% positive, but I think that this is how it works. So yes, this is what I have been jotting down slowly. Also, and I'll turn to, I would like to possibly take. I am working on some boots that will help possibly us fly. So if I could please take a measurement of your
Wait,
feet
wait. You
for
mean
possible
yeah,
later.
yeah, that's fine. But just two things. One about I do not recall any. Okay, so that means flying, right? Yeah, like like off the ground, like not like so my feet wouldn't be like touching earth, correct?
Correct.
Um, there's many things I don't like about that, as intriguing as that might be. But then again, I could see it being useful. So maybe that's something we could come to. And I'm gonna start like clearly backing up that I'm not petrified of heights in any way, shape, or form.
Okay. Yes, perfect. I am going to. I mean, I don't exactly understand. I have never made this type of object before, but I have been thinking of it. So, yes. And for the next, couple of hours, I'll just, you know, we'll talk.
Well, I take off my shoe, by the way, and show my foot. On the left side, there is my big toe, as small as it is for a halfling. The left toe is gone.
Okay. I'll take that into account in
Mhm.
building of the shoes.
My perception's never been the same. I will not get into what caused that, so please don't ask.
I mean, I don't care. I am. That is fine. I too have past injuries. I have caused explosions in the past.
We're aware.
I have-
We're well aware.
Mm,
Pretty
well,
sure you blew up like 3 towns or so.
no, just one building. That's all. It's just one. I have caused small destruction to individual rooms, but only one building.
And so, as the conversation takes place on the road there, Eldon with the Trevor on his horse riding next there back and forth, um, Amethyst and Sora discussing the presence of the Platinum Dragon Bahamut, who
The imaginary friend of Sora.
well,
Yep. Imaginary.
right. Um, so the Platinum Dragon is and Lucas, you're gonna hear all this and kind of like, yeah, the Platinum Dragon, that's a thing. Um, that's the hasn't been seen in a long time, specifically. But it is obviously still revered and still an important part of Dragonkin kind and the history and lore of dragons and such. And so as the conversations happen there, um, Darvell just sort of like, at least with all the chatter and everything else, you do catch him smiling a few times as the trip passes on, and it's only about only about 3 or 4 hours as some of your conversations are starting to wind down. That you do see the road come out into more of a clearing of fields. Um, you can see farms and such ahead of you, and um, just on the edge of the horizon there ahead of you, you will see what are obviously tall buildings sticking up. Um, and it takes a while for you to realize what you're seeing here. Sora, I would just point out this: has Sora been to Port Oris before? We established that the big city, other big city,
I have
on
been, yeah.
overland. Okay, so
I've
yeah,
been up and down the road, yeah.
okay.
And I
Um,
stopped. I stopped through here, right?
yeah, you guys came through this
Yeah.
way before heading to
Yeah.
Craven's Rest, and Trevor, you've been in and around various places around all
Yeah.
over Gravon. And so
Yep.
what you realize is that at first it's like it kind of plays tricks in your minds a little bit there, but you realize that again Port Oris is in a canyon. It's to be a V-shaped canyon there. So the couple things you're seeing are at the very tops of the buildings that are taller than the canyon itself. Um, and as you get closer, you'll see the farms become more established. There's actual farmhouses and buildings and such as you move along the road. Um, as you start to get as more comes into view, um, the Darville if you'll come with me around, we're taking this to the shipyards at the north end of Port Oris there, where the Serpentine River comes down at the top of the canyon there. That's where the airship yards are, and that's where this shipment's going. So if we can head around that way, I mean, without, I'll get them to unload. You don't need to worry about that. Normally, Persh would be here to do that. But once we unload, I'll go ahead and um, hand it over to Persh's family and pay my respects and make sure he's taken care of. I have arrangements to stay, so I'm assuming you have things to do in the city, so feel free to head on there. When we once we finish loading up there, we can reconnoiter and meet up for the trip back, or if you need to stay, that'll be fine as well. Um, once you know where you're staying, send a message up to um, the shipyards there, and they'll get it to me. So I'll be in and out of here for a little while.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll head out to go find some place to sleep.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
and let's get our affairs in order here. How about we decide when we get to Port Oris, what are we to do? I know that we need to get particularly a spell plate for me. Not even though I'm not exactly sure what I'm looking for. Turning in these, and then I'll hand up the little chest of different coins to see where they originated from, possibly, and also like
The ancient coins and the
yeah, ancient
bugbear.
coins,
Yeah.
and
And
then
then in my bag of holding is that small chest of all the heirlooms
from the mayor. Okay.
for the mayor.
Okay.
yep, and I'm gonna give him my I'm gonna give Eldon my coins,
Okay.
except for my
Yeah.
coin, of course, that I'm
Sure.
twiddling in my
You
fingers right
kept
now
the
as we
gold
speak.
one. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Those in my
So
bag holding.
okay. So as you kind of discuss your plans there, you head around on the road above Port Oris, essentially on kind of the canyon wall, as you head around to the north part, the northmost part. When you arrive there, there's actually is on the river itself is a massive complex of buildings and such, and with obviously are shipyards. There are ships being built, some floating in the water, some being up on struts, large buildings everywhere, um, and a couple of actually large, well, floating structures, like tall spires with actual partially made floating ships, airships in the process of being made. Um, as you approach. The wagon, the wagon is people come out there to collect things from the wagon as you're all there. Making sure the delivery is finalized. Um, and one person who kind of stands out from the rest as you're there is a very tall elf. Uh, um, a very tall elf with pale silvery white hair, eyes kind of the color of blue sky, and bluish tinted skin. Um, she moves a little gingerly as she walks along there, as if it's a little bit, as if everything seems too heavy almost as she walks along there, and and sees that the shipment is being loaded, and she approaches. Um, um, this would be the shipment from Port Oris, then. And she sort of like moves in a slow way, taking each of you in, as she just sort of like um, uh, seems to pause for a moment for someone to answer.
And what were you saying, little lady?
She's about 6.5 feet tall.
I still look up and say, little lady,
Okay.
because I'm 3 foot
Um,
4.
sure. Yeah. Just and she just kind of looks down at you and smiles, and very very angular, long features, long limbs. Um, I was wondering if this is a shipment from Craven's Rest,
The
from
boss would, correct?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Did you have the
Good, good.
certificate you would probably likely need to prove this is where it's going?
I'm sure that's all being taken care of here between but yes, we are in charge of the
I'm
shipyards.
pretty sure, like, they describe someone similar to you, I would definitely more than trust someone like you.
Well, thank you very much. And I'll just say, let's see, who would be the most? Probably, I'm not sure. Everyone give me a history check.
Cool. I also
Sora's
wink at
not
her.
good at history.
I'm not
Yeah.
either, but I also wink at her, but it's actually blinking because she doesn't fucking know because I have an iPad.
Mhm.
She doesn't know I can't blink. I can't wink.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, 100%. Oh, there we go.
Nice. Okay.
It was a +0 though.
Yep. Okay. So Eldon, you probably, I mean, you kind of obviously this is an elf type person. You're not really sure much about them here, um, but Lucas, again, you've heard of elves that have this sort of coloration and this build, but never seen one before, so you're not really sure what you're looking at exactly. Trevor, Sora, and Amethyst, you actually start to realize this is a sky elf. They actually hail from the highest points of the mountains, and effectively they're almost never seen down on at sea level or down down from the mountains because it is very difficult for them to breathe down here. They were so heavy. Everything's, but this one seems to have adapted somewhat. She does, like I said, she does move sort of slow and gingerly, and has that.
That's why she's moving like she does.
Um. So, please, if there's anything else you need or anything, we will take care of the shipment, and payment is has been arranged with Master Fairwood. He will be able to the coin will be all sent as we agreed upon.
Has there been any strange reports in the city as of now?
Oh, Port Oris is a large place. There's always something strange here. I don't really go down there myself. I stay up here with the shipyards. And Amethyst, as she's talking, and we'll say Sora as well, you start to realize that this, and being where she is, this could be someone obviously working with the shipyards. There's someone very instrumental in creating in creating the modern day airships, and you start to think that this might be her, in fact.
Oh, interesting.
She does. You don't see any more of her kind walking around among the workers or anything else like that. She's definitely unique amongst there. There's some other elves. There are some other people. And actually, point of clarification. We'll just say that Eldon would kind of know this one here, just because and Lucas actually. Um, Sky elves actually aren't elves. They're air genasi. They're actually called sky elves, but they actually are air genasi.
Yeah, I knew that.
Sweet.
Sorry, something I actually knew for once. Cool.
So there are no, like, they're not actually a species of elves. They do have long pointed ears. They do have angular features very similar to elves. So most people that see or hear about them call them sky elves because of the way they look, not because of who they actually are. Um, Please, at some point, when you do return to Craven's Rest, I assume, deliver my thanks to Master Fairwood. I do appreciate the shipment here. This should actually take care of one of our commissions and help us finalize the construction of it.
Of course. Thank you so much for your time. And yes, thank you. And then he'll turn around.
Yeah. One kind of walks off there.
Yeah.
Just smiles at the amusing little guy.
Eldon, you make me feel even less awkward, and I can appreciate you for that, if nothing else. And of course, your mind, but
You follow after him. Okay.
yeah, I'm walking and talking with my little buddy
Poor Eldon.
because he's like 2 inches shorter than me, I think, right?
No, I'm more than that. I'm 3
More.
foot even. Yeah.
Okay, I'm
3'4".
I'm 4'3", I think. Yeah.
Or 3'4". Am I 3'4" or 3?
Oh.
Yeah.
It's your character, man. Get it right. I don't know how much or what I. I don't know what my name.
Trevor's 3'4", Eldon's 3.
3'4". Yeah.
Yeah, I'm 3. I'm
3
3 foot even.
Yep.
Oh, up in 30 pounds.
All right.
You're making me
So-
feel tall.
If there's nothing else, she just thanks you and is off on her way.
Yep.
Okay.
Nothing else for now.
Okay. So you as you turn and you head at the mouth of the river, Darvel will kind of hail you over, saying, if you head right over there, you'll see kind of at the mouth of the river. There's actually a set of lifts that'll take you down to the city proper. Otherwise, you have to kind of walk all the way down along the side and then go down through the winding roads on either the east or the west gate. So, I think, if you go ahead and use the lift over there, there might be a small charge. It's never been more than a silver, so, um, but it'll get you down to the city proper without having to worry about that long trek around the sides. And there's actually a road that heads off in that direction there. It kind of like follows the edge of the river. There's a bridge that goes across and to which you can already see is a massive structure. And Eldon, you can kind of see all the gears and mechanisms and everything else sticking off this structure from a good probably a good like a few hundred yards away. You can see just how obviously there's machinery involved over there. So
Yeah, that's what I'm needing to find the one trainer for. Is that where I need to go for?
Oh,
for that?
it's in the city. I mean, that's just the lift to get down to the city.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
Yes.
So as you approach, you head over the bridge there, follow the road there to the actual like lift building essentially, and there's just a massive platform, kind of that metal girder work there, and railings on the side there, and there's a person, kind of an attendant, um, an attendant there. Okay, all right. As you're all able to embark on there, um, uh, Darvel actually does, as it was on there, he will actually go ahead and store the saddles with him because you really can't carry them around with you, for the horses that you use there. Obviously, Sora still has hers; she can kind of call and dismiss at any time. Um, so you're able to head to the platform there. As you reach the platform, you just see before you, as I said, a wide V-shaped canyon. And next to the platform is a huge towering waterfall with various water wheels spinning and mist forming around them as this water tumbles down into the river that cuts through the middle of the city. There's 3 bridges, large bridges, across the river at the 3 points of the city. And far in the distance, you can see the harbor with the cliff sides and the two massive lighthouses on either side. The city itself is a mixture of crazy buildings of all different shapes and sizes. The area closest to the waterfall area there seems to be a lot larger, like estates or buildings with large like yards and maybe not so much expensive, but there's obviously some like little almost pasture land and everything else for some animals to graze. It's hundreds of feet down. It's well over 100 feet down from where you are down to the actual base of the waterfall. And as a platform, as people are sort of like getting onto the platform there, you can just look out and see. Buildings range anywhere from obviously the close ones there being like only 1 or 2 stories tall, but within the city itself, you see buildings 4, 5, 10 stories tall, just built in sort of a crazy, um, no real pattern to it even. There's a couple buildings that stand out. One being this massive white tower that's the largest one you can see. Very large, spindly white tower there, capped with a bronze or some sort of metallic dome. Um, then there's over on the over hugging the left canyon wall is a massive keep-like structure, a keep of some kind, almost like a palace tucked up against the wall over there. On the far left, further down, you'll see there's actually cut into the side, like some sort of a quarry or mine, like carved into the side of the canyon wall. And again, just this odd assortment and arrangement of buildings. I'm going to take you off of this map here, so we're not looking at that anymore. And just go back to our landing page, because this is all going to be sort of
page
just,
now.
huh? No, nothing. Definitely. Maybe let me move you over to there real quick. So we're not still looking at the inn anymore.
Right. Yeah. I reloaded just to make sure.
And I'm not using the images I was before because they are copyrighted images. So when I can find something I can use, I'll have something a little bit better to use there. But if, as I mentioned, one thing above the city itself, you will see a number of different airships, all kind of floating along, different designs, from the Garavonian sort of like ship, like hull-looking designs there. They just sort of float and have sort of, instead of having sails on top, the sails kind of extend from the sides, and stretch out from the sides of the ships. Um, the Scarloan style of ships there, with more almost like a dirigible kind of thing, with a ship like floating, like suspended from a large oval shaped balloons. Um, and then looking down, you'll see smaller flying craft, little ornithopter-like things with propellers and flapping wings, or people just literally flying using whatever locomotive spells they have at their. Oh, we just lost Sora. Oh, there we go. Google.
That was creepy.
Let that settle back in there. And so everywhere you see, even from up this high, there's movement. A lot of the tallest buildings have bridges stretching from one building to another, almost like sky bridges, or like are connected by enclosed spaces, with that people can walk through from one building to another. And just a riot of colors, designs, and shapes of all manner. So as you apply from there, a few more people come onto the platform with you. It is a silver to ride the platform, and the attendant comes along and collects the coin from each of you. You can knock that off your character sheet, but just a silver to ride, and the entire device is a click, 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 and then just once it stops clicking, it just starts to slowly descend. Not enough to feel any kind of a lurching sensation or anything else like that, but it just slowly descends toward there, and you get a view of the city. I have no idea why Sora's card is upside down. Let's fix that.
I put it that way.
Oh, okay. Well, fine.
Weirdo. Get away from me.
Fine. There you go. Anyway, um, when the platform comes down there, it settles in very gently, and you realize, Eldon, as you kind of looking at the mechanism and all that, it's very much a hydraulic design of some kind. Basically, the pressure builds up there, and then the pressure slowly releases as it descends, and there's a bit of a hiss of steam and pressure as it settles on the lower platform.
Awesome.
At the base of as you start to get off there, there's at the base of the platform. Standing just off to the right, someone someone's kind of looking, is obviously looking around, and some catches your eye as you start to get off the platform. It's a human, early teens maybe. He's holding a device of some kind there. He's dressed in looks like one of the Rocketeer style aviator jackets there with the buttons down the one side. He actually has a leather aviator's cap on and goggles up on his head, and some sort of a thick brass belt, or bronze or brass belt around his waist there, with these almost like struts down the side of either side of his legs. And as you start to get off the platform there, and he's sort of Hello. Is one of you Sora? Is there a Sora among you guys there?
I step forward and say, "That's me."
Oh, good, good, good. I have a delivery for you, and he holds up a little wooden box. Um, uh, so here, and he kind of just holds it out to you. He doesn't approach. He just waits for you to come to him, but he holds it out to you.
I'll go over and take it from him gently.
Okay. He just holds it out there.
Obviously, he's nervous.
Well, and it's about maybe size of a cigar box, roughly. If you know that I'm talking about there. Um, and it's just a plain wooden box, but you can just very faintly feel the etching on the box itself there. That it's actually a relief carved into it there. It's your family's crest. One moment.
Definitely not a mouse coffin.
No.
Not in a mouse coffin.
Let me pull up something real fast here. Where did it go? There it is. All right. You go ahead and open up.
Yeah, I'll open it.
Okay. When you do, you'll see that there inside is a rolled up letter with a little ribbon wrapped around it there. Piece of parchment there. Also, there's a small pouch that kind of clinks a little bit. And real quick, what's Sora's favorite treat?
Like cake and stuff.
Or like candies or chocolates or kippers or what would be Sora's? Someone's just in Sora a treat. What would it be?
Something like Turkish delight.
Okay, so you'll see that's kind of scattered
I knew you were
throughout
going to
there.
say that.
Individually wrapped will be your favorite from your favorite uh, sweets maker in Shorehaven. The pouch is 10 gold in it, and you pull the letter out and read it.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
But I will pass out some of the treats so that
Okay.
everybody can try some.
All right. So as you do that, the boy's just kind of standing off to the side there. Just hasn't left yet. He's still standing off to the side there for the moment there. But the letter, I'll go ahead there.
Oh, I'll
Uh,
flip him. I'll flip him a couple silver coins.
oh, he catches him deftly and kind of nods to you. Um, let's see. Would you? I mean, obviously, I will read the letter to you now. There, you don't all get to hear this to see it, obviously, unless he passes it around. But we'll go ahead and read it out here now. Hello, dearest. It's so good to hear from you. Sounds like you're doing well, making new friends. This is wonderful news. Though I pray for your safety. I know that you bring light to the world that will shine for all to see. I'm intrigued by the thought of setting up a warehouse in your new home. It could be a good way to reduce our storage costs here and allow us to send goods to more places. I will reach out to the mayor you spoke of and begin negotiations. Good luck during your travels, and know that we all miss you. May his light shine upon you always. Nanny.
Um, because it didn't say anything that I'm afraid of them seeing, I will pass it around.
Sure. Okay. Um, and it's written in a very stylized hand. Um, however, and it just dawns on you as you go to pass it around here. It's also written in Draconic. So
So
those
if
of you
they
that can't read,
can read it, they can read it.
so yeah, so
Hey,
I know
okay.
I know a couple of you can, so a couple of there. And so as you do that, as you kind of pass that around there and the treats there, there's a soft little uh, I see you're all new to Port Oris here. Uh, I I can offer my services as a guide if you are so inclined. I know the city very well. I can, if there's any place you're looking for in particular, or any sort of person or uh, type of thing you're looking for, I'm sure I can be of assistance.
So I've been here before, right? Loads of times.
You've probably been here, yeah. You haven't been a lot of time here, but you've been around before.
So I would know the name of at least the inn that I would stay at if I was staying here.
Probably.
Yeah. So I'll just ask him to take us to that inn, whatever it was.
Oh, the Copperhead Inn. Yeah, I know where that is. Of course. It's actually not too far um, from my father's shop. So, all right. And the whole time he's talking, Eldon, I mean,
I'm like,
you're about waist height, and
yeah.
so you'll notice that one thing as he's talking and he's standing there, um, he doesn't move from the waist down. The belt and everything else, and the struts down the sides of his legs, his feet don't shift, his knees don't shift, and he just sort of like pivots at the waist there. And you realize that device, that harness, that those braces are what's holding him upright. There is a faint hum of magic, though, a faint humming sound, and a little bit of a tingle of magic from
Um,
the device itself.
uh, yes. So, what was your name one more time?
Oh,
Young man.
my name's Danlin. I'm here to. I live here. My father owns a shop, um, and
And
um,
by shop, do you mean the what type of work does he do? Because I am actually looking for some artifice things in town, and I am noticing that you have quite a bit of it on your person at the moment. Do you is your father pop? Yes. What type of work does your father do?
well, he's my father made these, and he kind of points to the bracelet and the belt and was that. He owns the Clockwork Emporium. Um,
Ah,
and he kind of looks at something like he does stuff kind of like you for the most part. I mean, I've dabbled a bit in it, but I'm not really. I haven't. I've been avoiding going to school for it because I mean I like to move around the city. I like to see things and meet people, and so um, being tied to a workshop isn't my kind of thing. But um, yeah, if you're looking for if he can't do it, he can point you in the direction of someone who can.
perfect. Yes, please take us to the inn, and then I would like to attend your father's shop.
All right then. Um, and so with that, he literally flips down to like almost like handles that are about mid thigh for him. And he as he does, there's a and he presses a little button. There's actually a little crack of electricity. A faint smell of ozone kind of wafts around him out there, and he lifts off the ground 2 inches.
Okay.
Um, and he just as and he sort of like he twists the handles, and his whole body turns, and then as he sort of like kind of and he reaches out and points. We'll be going this way. And he just sort and he tilts the handles forward, and it goes forward. And he just sort of maneuvers around with this thing. He's just standing upright and just sort of floating along the ground in this strange little contraption.
Sweet. That's awesome.
Um, yeah, this is a we call it LALA. Stands for levitation and locomotive apparatus. It's able to let me get around here. I mean, up until a couple of years ago, I had to use a chair. So this is a lot easier to get around, and I mean, chairs and stairs don't really go well together. So um, it's
Yes,
kind
I
of
can see
necessary.
that. It is a fascinating thing. I am most excited to meet your father and also see what work you do. I too did attend school for a bit, but I did not finish the artificing um, schoolwork. I have found that I am quite successful even out of school. I have too been able to craft many wonderful things. I am currently working on something, um, which is why I would like to speak with your father because I am in fact needing and like he's keeping up that like
Yeah,
now that he's gotten in it, it's like the like
and
rapid talking thing.
well, and Lucas and Amethyst, both of you were kind of like he's just sort of nodding along, kind of smiling, and you realize he doesn't know nearly as much as Eldon might do, and he's just sort of like he's and occasionally he just sort of like starts to go to point something out and stops because Eldon's still talking, and he sort of like goes to point to something else over here, and Eldon's still talking, and so he just uh, all right, um, sure, okay, and and you head down. He actually takes you from the platform to the left of the river. essentially down along a main street. And as I said, the buildings on this part of they're actually more like single 1 or 2 story buildings. They're almost like manor house type things. Or large flat structures there with lots of grounds and everything else. You see some that are actually like well attended gardens and places or actual like grazing fields for horses or other smaller livestock of some kind. And eventually he does. So first bridge here. This is sort of the high quarter of the city, where you have more people with more wealth and a little more space to do things. Um, Between first and second bridge, that's kind of sort of your um, sort of your general merchant class and working class for the most part. So you find a lot of shopkeepers there. Um, the lower floors are all going to be shops. The middle floors are all residences, apartments, and such like that. And then the top floors are always going to be where a lot of times the building owner lives, and such, or somebody else who's got a little bit more there, a little more means to maintain things. So down around this way, and you as he's talking, you realize you're actually coming closer and closer to that large white building, and it's sort of kind of taking over the this whole skyline there. It's massive. I mean, it's about the size of a city block, and it stretches up um quite a ways, taller than all the other buildings around it, and just sort of like,
Um,
yeah.
Do we know what that building is? I haven't been here before.
Yeah, you would have had to point it out too. That is the Ivory Lyceum. That's the arcane studies. That's where the library is. That's where pretty much anyone who wants to learn about magic would be going there. So, oh yeah, the Lyceum there. Tallest building in the city. The um, well, they were one of the only points of this dark, like massive structure over here. They were kind of competing for a little while here. That one's owned by some of the members of the Dwarven Trade Council. They were kept building that one up and up and up, and they stopped at about 14 stories. The Lyceum is 15 stories tall, plus that little observatory on the top there. Um, my father got to help install some of the control mechanisms and such on the telescope array, and yeah. Um, but yeah, it's someday maybe I'll go there. We'll see. Um,
Do we
so
know
go
where
ahead.
we have to? Do we know where we have to hand over the goods we were bought with us, all the trinkets and whatever it was?
Um, so you asked about it.
Yeah.
Okay. So you looking to sell some heirlooms and such like that, artworks. Um, uh, and you realize he did give you a name there. The name was Baudelaire.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
That's the.
um, Baudelaire. You know, I think I do. I think he's third bridge across the river, closer to kind of they call it the foreign quarter, but there's a lot of art types there. A couple of embassies are over there. But yeah, the Baudelaire has a shop over there. He deals with people over there. Um, as far as I know, mostly private buyers. My father's done a little bit of work with him, selling for specific requests or needs. And I'm trying to read through. If there's questions for me, go ahead and throw them my way because I know I'll miss them.
Yeah, I'd ask around about where I go to see about getting a particular spell plate made.
Um, there's various arcane vendors and such in and around in and around the Lyceum itself. You'll find a lot of different practitioners that sell items there. Um, uh, I'm sure one of them can help you. You can kind of ask around. Some specialize more in mundane type of items, depends on what kind of spell plate you're looking for. But if there's a specific kind you want, it kind of narrows it down which shopkeeper you want to talk to.
Well, all right.
Yeah. Um, and you actually at this point kind of start actually pass up the Lyceum. The street kind of continues, and you'll see the Lyceum's you're kind of like passing by where it is at this point, and going down another street. So the Copperhead Inn is around the corner here. Um, so um, it's a pretty lively place. Have y'all stayed there before?
Haven't had the pleasure.
No.
No,
Oh,
I do not
yeah.
believe I have been able to stay there before. But
Okay, well, you might find it a little interesting, and he kind of points to Trevor and Eldon. They actually have uh, 7.5 floors because 3 floors are half floors. They're only the ceilings on those floors are only about 6 feet tall. So while the building, while it should be about 8 stories tall, there's actually 9 floors. So
ah,
to accommodate some of the a little more comfortable for some people that don't like to have the larger ceilings and the larger doors and everything else. So to accommodate some shorter folks and such.
that is most wonderful. It will feel good again to be in a space more conducive to my size.
Yes. Um, and so you don't having stayed there before. It's primarily the most common employees in and around there are dwarves. Um, um, they most of the staff that work there are dwarves, um, and next door, and so you get as you come around the corner there. So there's the building right there, and it is sort of it's a dark wooden structure, but with a lot of um, actual like copper structure, the copper like statuary and such, and then copper highlights. So the building actually has some like copper foil to the corners or the corner posts, and some like copper etched statues and like gargoyle type things. And as you come up there, and so yeah, the Copperhead's right there. Should be able to get in there. They always have room. It's a pretty big place, one of the bigger inns in town. And right next to there, the lively little place right there, kind of tucked up against the side of it, there is a Tumble Tanker Tavern.
Funny.
For those of you who don't know, wow,
Mm-hmm.
that's some
When the
product placement I've ever seen.
when the
I want to go.
Discord
I want to
servers
go there right now. I think we should
So-
all go and have an amazing time and all hang out there always.
And so,
I must have
um,
missed something.
so
That's
the bar
our
typically next
Discord.
to the inn there is the Tumble Tanker Tavern. So our
Ah.
Yeah.
So, um, it's owned by the Amberbrow family. They're quite wealthy dwarven brewers and such, and um, they keep the place pretty lively from all accounts. I'm not old enough to go in there really, but I do know people have a good time there, and there's always music and such.
If it's a tumble tanker, does that mean the first drink's free?
You have to
That's
take it up
what
at
was
the
said.
bartenders. I said I don't know. I haven't been in there myself. And as you there actually is on the building there as you approach. It's almost like a neon sign, but it's actually illusionary. So what it is it's a tankard, and then the tankard is tilted with the beer slushing at the top there, and the tankard's on its side, and there's sort of a little puddle of beer there, and then it resets and goes click click. It resets, click, click. This because it does that over and over again, almost like a neon sign, but it's actually a minor illusion. It just repeats over and over again.
That is awesome.
Um, if there's anything else you need, I can if y'all need a guide again, I can meet you at some point here.
Where
Or
was your father's shop? One more time.
So actually, if you go down this street down to, and he points to the cross street there, and take a left, go up a block, and then over a block, you'll find it there. It's a Clockwork Emporium. Um, just I'm sure my father will be able to help you out there.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your guidance.
Of course. And if you could tell him I help you out there, he often thinks I'm kind of goofing off for the most part because I'm not working in the shop. So we do see him there. Tell him I sent you and I helped you out. Then it kind of he doesn't give me a hard time then if I'm not there. Okay. So anything else? And so nothing else. He will um wave goodbye, and Dan then will head off down the street. And heads off in that direction that he pointed you toward there, and heads off down further down the street there. Just it's almost just kind of floating along there with his little contraption there, and just kind of maneuvers through the crowd expertly as people are there.
That's a little bit creepy.
I
that?
think it is most ingenious. I would most definitely like to attend his shop. Let us first get our rooms.
I would
and
very
then,
much like to be there myself.
Yes. Let us attend our rooms because that is important. Handle the selling of the mayor's wares, and then I will promptly attend his shop because I need to.
I'm not going in there. There's floating people everywhere. That's just weird.
Only the one.
How do you know? They might all be weird clockwork floating people.
Well, either that or be in a wheelchair.
Well, yeah.
Little guy,
So
looking around.
all right. So you as you pass by the tumble tankard, you do pass that to go to the actual to the Copperhead Inn itself, and there is a large door there, a large set of double doors that have glass in them. As you approach, there's not a doorman or anything else like that, but as you do approach there, the doors do open up on their own and swing out toward you, and you're able to step on through to a fairly large, well-appointed kind of reception area. And you can even from here, you can hear sort of a from the tavern next door. Like it really butts up against the wall there, and you can actually hear the music coming from the bar there. So there's a couple of different attendants there, and a dwarf male with very well kept, and almost like a suit there, sitting behind the front counter. As you guys approach there, well, hello there. Looking for rooms, then, are you?
Yes.
Yep.
I would like to take one of the gnome-sized rooms. I have not got to stay in one of our size since leaving Copperville.
Of course. So, yourself as well, then, and pointing to you, Trevor.
No, I would. Okay, well, first and foremost, I would like to say this. That is a bold assumption, sir. I am at least 4.5 inches taller than him.
Of course. I mean, it's always a matter of convenience for anyone.
I'm just joshing you, man. Well, you can bunk me up with Eldon here.
Oh, of course. So, how many rooms then? We have one of the smaller rooms then for.
Those two can top to tail in a single bed.
Speaking of, why don't you just go and tuck your tail, little one?
Excuse me, what was that, Trevor?
I said, how's that bullet hole going? Is that okay? Is that feeling better?
No, thanks to you.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure Soa could do cure wounds on you again, but I mean,
She might need to do it on you in a minute.
yeah, that would be fair. I would deserve.
That would be hilarious. I would
Please,
definitely do that.
not in the lobby, please. I mean, you want to do that in your rooms? It's all fine with me. But
Amethyst will just tap her sharp teeth with her sharp claws while staring at Trevor.
I cock my head and then kind of low key, yeah, she wins this one. You should have made her do an intimidation check. But
Up to you guys.
no, I was. Yeah. Actually, go ahead. Go ahead. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Do it.
Good, make
Hey,
your intimidation
why
check
don't we
there.
do this up in our rooms, guys? We can do that
Okay.
there.
Do I roll 2? How do I roll against that?
I got a +8 and I rolled a 4.
I mean, effectively,
Yeah.
it's kind of a wisdom save.
Okay. Sure.
Natural what? Natural
Oh
what?
my God! Why are you calling that out? Oh wait, that was a 7, not a 1.
Still enough there. You do
yeah,
kind of
I
like.
thought I
So
deserve
there
this.
is-
I
yeah,
deserve this.
You do sort of like have that like kind of feeling there as you realize that she could just
100%.
shred you a bit there.
You know when
if
a
she wanted
cat's
to.
pissed as well and they're like twitching their tail.
What
All
about
the
cat
time,
piss? Is that the smell? All right. I did a you thing. I did a
I
thing.
thought that was your feet, Hobbit boy.
I am not okay. Out of character. Jim's halflings are not hobbits. They do not have messed up, goofy looking,
Okay,
hairy,
I know.
horny
I
feet
know.
and stuff. Just
They all wear boots.
That's just a
very,
Trevor
very
thing, is it?
proportioned. I am very proportioned for being 3'4". All right,
Okay.
in all the right places. Well, almost.
Anyway,
So
Yeah, right.
we have Trevor and Ellen going to share a room. That's fine. They'll give you a room with 2 beds, unless you want one. It's up to you. They have both options available.
I'll take 2. 2 beds.
Okay. All right. Who else? Who else is anyone else bunking together? Or you have your own room?
I think because there's 5 of us, it's not fair either way. I think if I was to bunk with Sora, I'd feel bad for Lucas
Well, don't
being
forget,
alone.
Sora has 2 other people with her. So,
That is true.
I do.
yeah.
Which is why
And-
last time I bunked with Lucas.
they've just been kind of moving along there. They kind of just kind of waiting off to the side as you guys prepare things.
The boys should have like a room where the 3 of them can stay, and I would stay with Sora.
Sora looks at you, and the 3 of the boys. You mean the 3 boys stay together and then the 2 girls stay together?
Yeah.
We could do that.
Well, that would put Lucas on one of the floors with the 6-foot ceilings. So
That'll be fine.
How tall
Sora's
is
gotta be in a
Lucas?
Lucas wanna
6-foot
like
ceiling. Sora's 6'2". She
Yeah.
needs
That's
a
all right.
6-foot ceiling.
yeah. So
It's not the ceilings, it's the door. Getting through the doors.
yeah, exactly. You'd be clunking your head on the door is pretty hard too. Yeah, it'd be a little rough. It would be uncomfortable. So
So Sora's gonna need one of the bigger rooms
sure.
that are really tall and like fanciful. So I don't know how much that'll cost.
We do have a suite if you want.
Yeah.
All right then. And we'll just say you've been here before. You probably used a suite before.
Uh-huh.
We got
It will
sweet.
be
Take the normal.
Okay. So I mean, he doesn't. I don't think you've been here enough for him to know you by sight, at least. But but when you said you wanted a suite there, oh no. All right then. And so effectively, it's going to be the suite will be 5 gold a night, and the other rooms will be 1 gold a night. So you decide who's gonna stay where. You know this if you're gonna tag along with Sora and her retainers in the suite, or have your own place. So I'll let you. Who's gonna go where?
There's 4 boys, isn't there? The 4
Yes,
boys
there
should
are.
be together.
Well, and 2 of them are going to the short floor. The other two are human
do that
sized.
to a Brit, you know. Doing that to a Brit's like doing that to an American.
Okay, so what am I doing this then? 2 boys. 2 boys.
You can do it that way.
Okay. Sorry.
Why is that bad?
No,
Yeah,
it's the same as that to an American. It's
Yeah,
like,
Yeah. So this way is okay. Don't do the other way.
I mean, you can, but you just didn't, you know.
You
Upset
learn
him.
something new every day.
Yes,
Every day's a
definitely
school
wasn't,
day.
Definitely wasn't something I was intending. So, all right. So, again, so, and this, did you want to bunk with Sora and her retainer?
Oh, we might as well. I think it's not.
It's up to
I
Sora.
mean, we're used to slumming
she's
it.
paying for the
I know
room.
Sora's probably not used to slumming it, but I certainly am.
I'm not slumming it. I have to be in the higher places.
I
Where
grew
they
up.
give me hot water and a bathtub.
I grew up on the road all the time in little caravans and stuff. So I'm used to slumming it. I don't mind. I'll sleep on the bottom of someone's bed. I'm not bothered.
Okay, so you'll settle with your rooms there. If it comes into play later on, there we'll deal with it then. But so yeah, you'll have. Sorry that. um, yeah. So Lucas, you can pick. You have your choice. You can stay in your own room. You know,
I have my
or
own room.
okay, makes sense. So you'll find
After all
in
that,
your room there. Yeah.
all that effort I went into for you.
Hey,
and
who's
just
flashing
go
their
room.
V? Who's flashing their V? What? I just
Not
read
the
that
big-
wrong. I'm
not
sorry.
the big-
Yes.
Wait, what?
No. That was a discussion about flipping someone off in the British way. So, um, so you're able to it's just not put away. At this point, it is getting late there because you did manage to get in to the city by around noon or so, but between unloading, getting things all settled away, getting here, getting settled there, it's probably around 5 o'clock at this point. And did we lose? Okay. Um, So it's up to you whether you want to. And as I mentioned before, the music is pounding next door, even though it's in the middle of the essentially late afternoon. It's already
Yeah, I would
going there as
very
well.
much. Actually, wouldn't mind. What time's it getting? You said the middle afternoon,
It's
yeah.
around 5 o'clock. So
And
so
how,
um
how's
so
the music like? What are the spirits like in the where we're at now?
so the inn, you'll find out that the Copperhead Inn itself there, the second floor does have a sort of a lounge area where they do serve meals. So you can actually have food here in the inn. Um, so the second floor is mostly, it's almost like a conference room, conference center kind of, where there's a whole bunch of like meeting rooms, large open spaces there where people can kind of rent them out by the hour or whatever else. And then there's a whole section that's more like a lounge restaurant kind of thing, all on the second floor of the building. Um, the first floor is mostly the lab, and then it actually has almost sort of like that hotel bar kind of thing off to the right of the reception area there, where it's much more quiet, much more uh, it's more quiet, more intimate kind of thing like that. So where people that want the louder place, they can come into here, and if they want food, they go to the second floor where there's restaurants. So um, the evening, the rest of the evening is yours to do with as you will, or let me know what you want to do.
I wouldn't
I'm
mind
staying
heading
away
over to
from the
that.
bath.
I wouldn't mind heading over to the other place to see what's going on there.
I mean, that is a quite loud establishment. Uh, you are welcome to. I shall stay here for the night.
So you are
The,
interested in splitting the party?
I
That
mean,
seems like to be a good idea.
You're the
I'm
one
just.
leaving.
Don't not
So
not one of y'all want to come with me?
I'll come with
No
you.
thanks.
Maybe in the morning for lunch, possibly. That is, as you have seen, I do not much take to alcohol. As
No, I seen you take it pretty damn well, if I say so myself, with that apple toddy, sir.
I can come
it,
with you because I have ways of sending messages back to the party if we get
Well, I mean,
anything.
I don't. You know what? If you don't like. I mean, you can come with me if you like, but you said you were bunking up with Sora. I wouldn't mind going over there just to get a feel for the town. There might be some people to talk to. I'm surprised Eldon doesn't want to come, but I can appreciate that.
there are some final notes to take
I was
before
going
I
to say,
visit
it's going
the
to be
artificer
writing
tomorrow.
and reading
Oh,
and
yeah.
all of that.
Are those notes have
Nerdy
something
stuff.
to do with me being not on the ground, or me being able to shoot things much, 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 much better?
Well, this is actually pertaining to my first project, which you will hopefully get to see as soon as I get the final ingredient
Then,
tomorrow.
so then, in that case, you're not busy. All right, and then I'll walk. As of that note, I'll
okay.
blink, and by that blink, I mean wink, but they don't know that I can't wink, and then I'll walk off. I'm not going to go if no one else is going, though. That was the whole purpose of it. So yeah.
Okay, so um, Who's going where? What's happening here? So Sora's staying in a room, Elden's staying in his
Yeah,
room. Who's
I
going?
wouldn't mind
Who's going
actually,
where?
as long as it doesn't take up too much of
For-
everybody's
I mean,
time.
I
I wouldn't mind.
offered, but I
For
got.
tonight.
I wouldn't mind checking out the
Definitely.
place. Honestly, it's still relatively early. I wouldn't mind getting a nightcap or something.
Okay.
But I don't want to.
How about Lucas? You going? You gonna check out the place out?
No, I'm gonna stay here. We're quiet.
Yeah, because why would the
Yeah.
bard like music? I get it. It's okay, and I'll nod and I'll go.
For the first night of being in a new city, it is better to rest. Party later.
Okay. All right then. Let's see. Let me just pull up this here. I'm gonna put something in. Let's
Is Trevor
see.
going on his own?
Apparently,
You tell me.
no one said they were coming. No, everybody
I
said
offered
no.
to come.
Then come with
Yeah, well,
me.
yeah. If you don't let me come with you, I'm just going to follow you anyway. And make
I
sure
would
you
love
don't
for you to
die.
come with me.
I offered to come.
Then
you
come
bitch.
with me.
Listen,
Okay.
you two need a room all to yourselves to finish coming.
A
Don't give
world
me
of
one.
no. A world of no.
Oh yeah, there's so much no to that statement. I cannot begin to proclaim. And
Insight
besides,
check.
I am. Shut up. Yeah, I'm telling the truth. Like,
No insight check needed.
We already know that Amethyst is involved with somebody else.
Right?
Actually, that's true. Yeah.
Okay.
You're trying to get me in trouble.
I will say,
Trevor's
For those of-
definitely not her type.
for,
I don't know what deception applies, but
for Amethyst and Trevor, then everyone else can kind of settle in what they want to do here at the Copperhead itself. When you come in there, I'm going to post something in because this is music that I couldn't play for you. So you can follow that link if you want to there. This is the house band. So as you walk in, if anyone's seen this band, heard of this band before, but they are definitely of the right style for this.
well, this is about carpentry and building things at H&R Block. So I don't know. Hold on, ad.
What?
It was an ad.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't have YouTube Premium on my computer. I only have it on my phone. I don't remember the account login.
No
I
worries.
just got ad blockers on Chrome.
Okay, so you can at some point there you'll see there. So it's very as you walk in to the Tumble Tankard, you will see it is very much even at this time of day, it's not overly crowded as in like packed wall to wall, but it's a sprawling place. When you walk in, there's pillars and such set up there. There are booths and tables up in the front part of the room, and the back half of the tavern is literally just a stage and cleared floors. There is a massive as you walk in the middle, straight ahead is a massive kind of circular bar where a number of bartenders are serving drinks and people kind of coming and going from the bar. And in the back stage area on the left side is a second bar that just serves kind of the back part of the room. And the music is kind of just this driving crazy sound, a lot of strange instrumentation that that most of you wouldn't be aware of. There's someone, it looks like they have a drum set basically made of like metal cans and canisters of that they're just pounding away on. And there's just it's the drums are more metal than hide or anything else like that. There's various people singing, a singer up in front there, a violin player, and other strange instruments that are producing sounds you don't normally hear from instruments in taverns you've visited before. And as I said, it's not packed, but there are a number of people around, and even in the back, in the dance floor area, essentially, they're standing around, listening, watching, moving back and forth, having their drinks, and everything else. And the clientele is a pretty mixed bunch. There's a number of dwarves, as would be expected. As Dan had mentioned there, that it was owned by a dwarven family. And so there are a number of dwarves scattered throughout the crowd there. There's a lot of humans, elves. You see at least a pair of Goliath standing off on the side there, just like clanking these heavy mugs together there, drinking. and occasionally shoving each other back and forth. But as soon as it gets even a little bit too rowdy, someone steps up to them. A man steps up to them and kind of gives them the talking to real quick there, and they back off and move away there. Um, the bouncer seems to be a dwarf. Um, uh, Basically, the guy is probably as far.
Wait,
Hmm?
nothing.
Um,
Go ahead. Sorry.
oh, sorry. He's about as broad as he is tall. I mean, he's almost built like a square. He is just absolutely like thick across the shoulders there, thick across the waist, and just and about one of the shortest dwarfs you've seen. But he just walks up to these guys and barks a couple commands, and they back off and stop doing what they're doing. Um, a couple of other things in the room that take your attention there. If you move up to the bar, on the left of the bar is another dwarf. This one catches your eye because he's got bright blue hair and a bright blue beard, obviously dyed, and it's actually like pulled up into almost like a mohawk, um, and braids along the side and a thick beard kind of branching down there. And he's just like standing there, and he kind of holds up his hand, and two large tankards are brought over, and he picks up one, and the other one he takes in his hand, and he starts to pour next to him. And you glance down, and there's what's sitting next to him, like propped up against the next chair over, is a massive war club, like two-handed club, and he's pouring it. And as you watch, a mouth opens up on the club and just starts drinking the beer. And he just sort of smiles at him and and yep, yep, yep. Good. Okay. And finishes his beer, puts it down there, holds up two more, and like, you gotta wait. And he leans over and kind of just barks at the club sitting next to him there.
Okay, and I'm up there at this point, right?
At that point, you're kind of like at that point where you can see this. This is close there as you're moving in there. So,
If
one of
anything, I'm going to go up to the barkeep, assuming I can get to them because I know it's
yeah,
pretty busy,
yeah,
and
you can fit in there pretty well. Yeah.
and I can see what they're drinking. Right, I can see from here they're drinking beer.
Their beer, ale, there's all kinds of things. There's actually like a whole crazy like tap assortment there that's pouring out different kinds of beers.
All right.
And there's actually a massive like copper like construction around with tubes and kegs and various things like that that are all like metal canisters, and they just like pour out things there in the tankers and put them across there. As you do step up there, there is a step platform that you can kind of step up onto. For the bar.
That's awkward, but I'll allow it.
I mean, they do have short clientele, so there's a way to step up and actually see above the bar.
I'm just gonna stand on this one's shoulders. What's Amethyst doing at the moment?
So I'll ask you. He's heading to the bar. What are you doing after this? Besides eating.
Thanks, Trevor.
I'm really
staring at the club that's like
Good.
drinking. I'm thinking, what the hell is going on? Was it the entertainment for the evening? Is he a club singer or?
Give me an Arcana check or a Nature check. Which one?
Okay. On a side note, I really like this band, by the way, dude.
Mm-hmm.
That's
why I wanted to use them.
You sent me down a rabbit hole, dude, and I don't know if I appreciate it or not. Oh, I do. Yep. I just listened to Shitty Shitty Bang Bang. Now
I'll tell you out there what the band is. The band's called Abney Park.
Yeah, I'm seeing it.
They are sort of a steampunk. Very similar to a steampunk aesthetic there. Lots of heavy instrumentation, lots of interesting sounds. But yeah, good time. And I'm making them the house band for here.
Well, it's crazy though. Like we're on a giant airship, or you're talking about getting the airship built and stuff like that. And I won't spoil it just in case. I don't know, but like, yeah, it's kind of cool.
Yeah,
it just reminded me of that.
And with this, you're not sure. The things obviously, I mean, with 11, I'll give it to you there. It's some sort of a mimic. It's a wooden object that has a mouth that opens up.
That is amazing.
So, and at some point when he has a second beer there, it'll actually you actually see a little hand like kind of form off the side there, and it punches the dwarf in the leg. Just poof. And the dwarf, fine, pulls the other beer up there and starts pouring it down again there. And
I'm going to ask him. I'm going to say, does he like bite people when you hit them with it?
Yeah, that's what he's for. I
Oh,
throw him at someone. He sticks to them, starts pummeling away at them, biting them, and everything else like that. That's what he's for. That's Stumpy.
that's incredible. Stumpy.
Yeah. So
That time Kodo and Podo stick their little heads out.
Nice to meet you, Stumpy.
and just sort of like, and you just see sort of like the hand that's kind of like starting to like pull back, like kind of reform there. It kind of puts up a little thumbs up, waves, and the hand just kind of slips back into the body.
That is
Forms
awesome.
back in, just a big massive war club again. So, yeah. What are you drinking? The dwarf asks you.
What's the best thing you got on tap? What have you fellas been drinking tonight?
Oh, the amber is the best thing here. I mean, it's the family's known for it here. So yeah, that's the amber brow. It's good stuff.
A round of those would be absolutely stellar.
Okay, and so you get a round of tankards there. The dwarf actually does look at you and just does this. Huh? 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 Full size or half size?
I'm probably.
And actually
Really?
amethyst as well. Just sort of like it's just always important to ask. You don't want to assume.
Well, I've already taken it that way, but if it comes in pints, I'll have one of those. Yeah, I
They
just
got
made a Lord of the
mead?
Rings. Wait, they come in pints? I'll have one.
Has it got mead?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'll have
Stuff
some
too.
mead.
I
And
would
the
like.
bartender there does mead then? Right. Okay, good. And just sort of slides over it doesn't come in the big tankard there. It comes in more of a clay sort of a smaller thing there the mead does and hands it over to you there.
Stuff for
The
horn.
and the beer comes to you there. You wanted the pint there. It's a pint-sized tankard essentially. It's just
Yep.
very, very good. The meat is excellent. The beer is probably the best you've ever had.
That's like 4 drinks for me, so it's fine.
Yeah. So you literally, it's definitely one of the best you've ever had there.
This is quite something indeed.
Yeah.
Next time I'll have to try the mead.
Well, there's always more if you want it.
What do you have on the likes of food here? I don't think I've had a decent hot meal in some time.
Okay. We don't have much in the way of food here. There's not really a place to serve and eat food. There's restaurants next door if you want there, or there's an excellent place to get fried sandwiches just down the street. Trust me, they're great.
Why would you fry a sandwich?
Fried sandwiches?
It's weird. I know it shouldn't work, but it really does.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to make a mental note of that. In fact, and then I take out my notebook, my sketch pad of everything, and write down fried sandwiches. Got to try it, 100%.
That's got to be someone with a Scottish accent that's doing that, I'm sure.
Oi! No.
Which I will just warn you now, I will never do a Scottish accent. I cannot do it. I will not try. I will not subject you guys to that at all.
Yeah, me neither.
Scottish and Irish accents, I am terrible at, so I will not try.
I heard Bernie has an okay accent, but Rob's is terrible. For
Scottish?
A British accent. No, British.
Oh, I do pretty good British accent.
Yeah, I mean it's a little cringy, but it's okay.
Your face is a little cringy.
Accurate.
So the evening will pass here at some point if at one point we'll just say Trevor Elliot just sort of blanks out for a moment as she just starts whispering something under her breath, and almost immediately back, and I'll just type it out here. So, too long. Thinking of you too. Wish you were back here. Look forward to when you're back home again. Well, this home at least. You know what I mean. And cuts off. 25 words. And it was Meat Fest, yes. But there was some meat there.
That's why I thought of her, because it was the last night of the Mead Fest that we spent the evening together.
Yep.
For the first time.
All right. So, so that's pretty much what you're going to see here in the bar for right now, with just the two of you here. Did you into any specific trouble unless you go looking for it? Is there anything else you want the three of you back at the inn have planned or are going to do before settling down for the evening?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, I would just check my notes
Okay.
again, making sure it is just the mithril rod I need.
Yep.
Again, for like
Yep.
the
You're
70th time today.
absolutely certain there that it's got to work this time. It will work. It's all you need. It's that one piece.
Gotta work. Yep.
Yeah.
So.
All right. See here. So, we got 10 minutes left here before we go. So the evening will pass fairly uneventfully for the most part here. If you guys want to start a fight, you can start a fight. If you want to just drink and listen to music, you can do that. The last thing I'll point out to you here, in the tavern, you will see just because I wanted to put it in here, in the back bar, running the back bar, is someone that absolutely does catch your eye here, as this person, tall, and with what looks like to be like feathery white wings to either side. So, and essentially they just sort of like kind of take up the space. The wings kind of stretch out every now and then, kind of just stretch, and everyone just there's actually sort of a group of like onlookers almost. They're just sort of like, yeah, more drinks, please. And at least a couple of people that are getting way too drunk because they just keep asking for more. And she just keeps pouring the drinks there, and just keeps keeps the whole back of the bar kind of in order and serving and the drinks serving being served up and everything. And yes, we'll have images of that put up soon. We have our producer being guest starring for the moment here.
She's an Asimov. Awesome.
Yep.
Oh.
Aww.
Yep. So get to the bar there. Sora, sorry, not Sora. Trevor, you will catch sight of section of the side on the left side of the bar, just a little bit before the stage area clears. You will see what looks like almost like a VIP table. We'll just call it that, because it's kind of a circular booth.
Right.
And seated there are three individuals. First of which is a dwarven female in full plate, just wearing like full-on plate mail armor, all etched with runes and various signals of that. There is a helmet sitting on the table next to her, and every now and then a drink is just kind of just put on there and slid across the table to her, and she's just sort of like keeping an eye on things, looking around. Seated next to her right is an elf in kind of flowing robes, just sort of simple attire there, but just sitting there. And Every now and then just turns to take a drink there and just sips, puts it back down. It's just looking around calmly, and occasionally you just see the kind of the head bobbing to the music, and then settles in again there, another drink. And the third person there on her left side is probably the craziest, something that you kind of wonder what you're looking at. And you come to the conclusion that it is a dwarf, but an absolutely hairless dwarf. Cue ball, bald head, no eyebrows, no beard, nothing.
I
Was that a
And you
fire
just sort of
program awry?
and what you'll see is that besides the odd appearance, what catches your eye is they are sitting there with on the table a hand crossbow that is just sort of like sitting on the table there, and it's just like intricate. It's obviously Manatech. There's little doodads and tension bars and everything like that. And you just sort of like just slowly like click, 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 playing with the thing there, and then click, 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 and the whole thing collapses down, and then it pops back out again. He's sort of like just fidgeting with it the whole time. Um, and as he's sitting there, you see that there's a second one on his hip. Basically, like you can see from the angle there, and he's just sitting there doing his thing there, as the three of these folks are just sitting there watching the bar and keeping an eye on things.
Yeah, I don't suppose his name is Varric, is it?
No,
No.
I was just thinking of him.
Right? Yeah.
Yep.
But he
I
has
hate
hair.
Barrett.
he does have hair. Yeah, this one
Yeah, he
like
has hair.
no hair.
Yep.
I'm
No hair.
currently playing
Crossbow, the
Inquisition,
dwarf.
and I hate Varric.
Yep. So
I mean, not like currently right now, but you know.
yeah. All right. So we'll at some point you guys kind of see a cast of folks here.
Yeah.
You've met
I'll walk
a
up.
number of things around town there. Yep.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll walk up to him. I'll get. Are they drinking anything?
Oh yeah, they all have drinks,
Okay.
and it's pretty much like, I mean, yeah. So as you approach there, go ahead.
Yeah. I make my presence known. I don't like try to sneak up or anything, but I just kind of like I take the smallest chair I can find, and you know that cool moment where you like slide the chair backwards
Mm-hmm.
and like try to but keep in mind I'm 3'4", so this is gonna go well. So
I'm
like
gonna hold him by the shoulders and lift him onto the chair. When
no,
he
you're
needs it.
not. No one tosses a halfling.
And I will say this: give me a perception check. Just as so,
Thank God it's not an athletics check or an acrobatics check. Oh,
yeah,
acrobatics
no,
is good. Yeah,
yeah,
no.
no, just
What check?
perception check.
Cool.
Because there's an important detail that might derail this a little bit.
Aha! I did good.
Okay,
Kind of.
so you go to grab the chair and you realize they're on a raised platform. like the table itself is raised. So if you bring a chair in there, you're not even gonna be able to see above and sit down. You're not gonna be able to see above the table.
All right. So I get as far up as I can.
Now I will say this: you will be able to see so the table itself is on the platform there. You'll be able to see like the you'll be able to see them, but as you approach, you realize that this table is actually raised up a little bit.
Is there like a staircase I can go up?
You can step. You notice we actually have noticed there is that when they serve the drinks, they actually stepped on a little platform and then served the drinks there and then stepped back off of it again. There's almost like a little circular platform.
And then you know what? I just because I get up on that platform, and you said there's still music playing, right?
Oh yeah, music's still going. Yeah.
Can I? I'm just gonna start dancing
on the platform in front of them.
Yep.
Okay.
Not like on their table, but on the platform, like
Sure.
right, like on the side. I'm not disrespecting their stuff or anything, but like
Okay.
I'll do like a little jig with tap dancing and get as much further into it as I can to go along with the music.
Give me a performance check. Just
Yeah.
to see how
This is
bad
gonna
this
go.
is.
I'm gonna just lean in and say I'm really sorry about him. I think he's had a few too many.
I've had one,
So
Exactly.
but it was a really
essentially
big one because it comes in pints now.
you talk to the hairless dwarf or talk to the elf because you can't really talk to the one in the middle because she's kind of set back a little ways there. She's gonna lean there.
I can
The
talk
elf.
to any of them, Jim.
Oh God, that's right. So which one do you talk to then? Since you're going that route.
The one with the wings.
Oh, she's back at the bar.
Oh, Oh,
Yeah,
I
so
thought it was at the
yeah.
table.
Sorry, no,
No,
you
nobody
went to the
cares
table here.
about
Yeah,
her. Yeah, nobody cares about her.
that's not true.
I'm quite fascinated, but
Okay. So
I'll
yeah,
talk. Yeah,
okay.
just the one in the middle.
Okay. So, and you see her for the moment. She as soon as you say that, she just blinks. Is this one with you?
I'm just keeping my eye on him.
Well, he's not bad, I'll say.
16, it can't be that
Yeah,
bad.
actually, it's pretty decent there. So you roll well. So, you might want to get him to move there. I think Ironheart here might accidentally put a bolt into him, and that would get a little messy. So you might want to just take him away.
I'll just say, Trevor, I don't think they want you to stay there.
Well, they haven't told me anything yet.
Okay. I mean, if you want a bolt in you, I'm quite happy to sit here and watch you get shot for a change.
Yeah, that wouldn't be advisable because I'd have to shoot back, and this guy looks kind of mean. So yeah, I'll go ahead and step down. But keep in mind, when I step down, I had to climb up to get there. I don't really pay attention, so like I just step down. So like whatever happens. Like I don't know what I need to do for that, but yeah.
I'm waiting to catch him.
Well, so we'll just say, I mean, you would have to be a bit drunk to do this.
Mm-hmm.
So you just kind of turn around, okay, and just kind of and just step off, and you are about to face plant. That's going to give me a we'll just call it a dex check to see if you can grab
but
it
that's
on
gonna
time.
be good.
Not necessarily.
For
No,
me?
not you. Amethyst. She's the one
Oh,
catching you.
okay. Good. Oh, good. Then I don't have to worry about it. No, 14
Yeah.
anyway, but yeah. Not for me. Come on, Amethyst. You got it. Drop it.
Oh, that was a saving throw. It rolled the wrong
Yeah,
thing.
you're bad.
Sorry.
Oh God, I died.
That's fine. That's fine. So
Same anyway.
Trevor, you had that moment of like, oh no, and you just start to head like face for the floor there. Amethyst reaches forward to kind of catch you, and she doesn't quite catch you so much as sink her claws into your shoulders.
Oh, good.
Oopsie.
And you don't actually impact the floor. She's able to stop you enough that you don't like just face plant into the floor, but you feel those claws dig in hard.
I just want to be clear, Amethyst. You attacked me officially. That counts as one. We are even. I don't want to hear about
you from hitting the floor with your face,
it
Trevor.
to do that. It would have been fine. I was going to turn it around into a backflip and a front somersault roll, and it was going to look amazing, and you ruined it.
Right.
And in your mind, and in your mind, Amethyst, you do hear, "Nice catch.
You're welcome.
Have a good night."
You too.
And and with that, we'll go ahead and call it for the evening here.
I need to go jump in the shower and get ready for some stuff.
Okay. Again, thank you all for obviously. Thank you for playing. Thank you all for tuning in. If you're out there, if you're watching in the future, I hope you enjoyed. Again, all of our platforms we have information and links in the description below, along with links to our Discord. If you want to join into the D&D festivities, potentially as a player or as a DM, if you're out there, we like to expand our community and bring in some more folks. Also, don't forget if you want to delve more into the world itself, check out World Anvil and the Avress page for there. And if there's nothing else, anyone else have any other business to attend to?
As far as in game, no.
Okay, no, I mean just
No, that was fun as always, Jim.
I want to buy the Asimara drink.
And
fun game.
Yeah.
All right, folks. Well,
All right.
again, thank you for playing. Thanks you for watching, and look forward to seeing you next Saturday. Have a good night.
All right.
Bye.
Later.
Bye, guys.
And as always, I would like to give a